Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Mr. Achilles Chaltas, the President of the Democracy and Culture Foundation.
Kalimera σας. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the beginning of the second decade of the Athens Democracy Forum. It's absolutely wonderful to see so many familiar faces in the room, so many partners. We've done a lot of work together over the last decade. We've got more to do in the decade to come. There's people from Australia to Brazil, Zimbabwe to South Korea. It's almost like the United Nations in here. So thank you for being here. We are here this morning because we want to report back to you today on the work that we've achieved so far. What we said we were going to do same time last year, and we went away, and with quite a number of partners, we did it. And here we are reporting back on the solutions and the next steps. Declan from Kofi Annan Foundation, talking about partners, saw me this morning and said, how's the stress levels? And then immediately said, oh, but we're going to have fun. And that's what we need to do. We need to have fun. So please, I can feel the energy in the room. It's wonderful. And let's enjoy these 3 days as well as get down to business. Now, as most of you know, about 10 years ago, we started the Athens Democracy Forum. It was founded at the New York Times, and it was going really well. And then about 4 years ago, we did a bit of a reality check because we were thinking a lot. We were definitely talking, and we weren't really doing very much. So that's why we have the word do there to remind us constantly that the purpose of this conference is to do things. And at the New York Times, what we did, we decided the best way to put solutions into action is to actually take the conferences, the two conferences, Athens Democracy Forum and Art for Tomorrow, out of the commercial structure of the Times and put them under a non-profit structure. So the Democracy and Culture Foundation was born to further the impact of Athens Democracy Forum and Art for Tomorrow, and to debate the challenges that democracy is facing, but also to help democracy become more resilient. The mission of the foundation is for us to help democracy evolve by empowering society through citizen engagement and better governance. It is actually these two outcomes of citizen engagement and better governance that will help us address the pandemics that we're faced with. And I'm not only talking about the pandemic of the COVID kind or the senseless war in Ukraine, but I'm also talking about the pandemic of the cancer of inequality, the climate crisis, the migration shifts that are shifting geopolitics and demography, and also this very fast pace of technology. And it seems that democracy has a lot of catching up to do with technology. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are basically our four thematic pillars in the foundation: climate, business, migration, and technology. And we want to achieve our mission by a strategic impact chain that McKinsey helped us come up 4 or 5 years ago. Think, talk, do. It is very, very simple. We want to involve people like us in the room, to come up with specific policy recommendations on how we can improve democracy, We want to involve grassroots, a lot of activists, a lot of people. So we do a lot of expert roundtables, but we do a lot of consultations around the world. And we want to, in this way, make things happen in local communities, but then make those replicable and scalable to other parts of the world. So the signature event is the reimagining the building blocks of democracy, which we're going to hear about very, very shortly. It is truly a global project. We went to 11 cities around the world with 11 partners, 11 organizations, and all of these organizations are represented here today. And now, after doing all these roundtables, all these consultations, we have put together a policy proposal package that we want to present to you, and that's the task of the next session. After that, we will look at our other projects. So we have Teens for Democracy. We have the Climate Change Hub, Orbis, which is an EU Horizon project, building an AI tool to help deliberative democracy. And talking about other projects, yesterday we had two very special sessions. We explored the nexus of climate and democracy, something that the Athens Democracy Forum has been doing for quite some time, but we're partnering with the Climate Democracy Initiative and Arizona State University in order to help us inject more of a climate angle in the democracy debate. And the other special session we had was driving towards a permanent People's Assembly for Europe, in cooperation with the European University Institute based in Florence. For that, we went to the PNIX, and I believe it was the first time in some centuries. You know, in Greece, people count things in centuries. It was the first time, reportedly after 2,300 years, that a meeting of its kind took place, and we're working together with our partners in order to make sure that this does become permanent or standing. And this year, we also have two other initiatives, a Hall of Fame, collaborating with Apolitical, called Democratic Innovators, and with the Kofi Annan Foundation, A Dream Come True. Kofi Annan, one of the inspirations of this forum 10 years ago, we are launching the Kofi Annan Next Gen Democracy Prize on Thursday night at the Stoav Atalos. Now, there's a lot of projects, but they are all interconnected, and we are all interconnected. I mean, we can't do things alone. And yes, we do promise think, talk, do. Our way of activating the do part in particular is through convening, connecting people, and collaborating. The promise is that we want to establish a global hub. And the promise of the foundation of the Democracy and Culture Foundation is to be the hub for all these 11 organizations and more that I mentioned, and even more people that have joined us this year. I'd like to thank at this point our sponsors. Microsoft has been major for us this year and even supported our building blocks. Democracy Culture Initiative, Arizona State University, TIJ University, and TIJ Future Consensus Institute, and Google. They are our headline sponsors. And then our gold and silver sponsors, EBRD, Libra Philanthropies, Berggruen Institute, and many, many others that you see on the board here. And many others that you don't see on the board here because they want to remain a little bit more anonymous. So thank you to all our sponsors. I think we should give them a round of applause. They make it happen. So let's make this day interactive. Scream and shout from wherever you're sitting. Especially today, interrupt people that are up here to express your point of view, because we want to know what you think of the work that we've done. So please also post on social media. We've made it very simple, or not as simple, so it's, handle Forum Athens, and then hashtag Athens Forum. So try and remember the order, but it's also written in your program here. And hashtag Athens Democracy as well. So let's think, talk, do. However, as you probably realized, what we're doing this year, we're doing it the other way around. Today, it's all about do. Tomorrow, we'll get into the talk part of all our wonderful panels with that great journalistic sensibility that the New York Times gives us. And then on the weekend, with Deepak Chopra at Costa Navarino, we have some serious thinking to do about well-being and democracy. So thank you all. I would like to invite my partners in crime, Anthony Kefalas, Vice Chair of the Foundation, and Kim Conniff-Tabor. We go back a very long way from the International Herald Tribune days, our editorial director. They will guide us through the building blocks of democracy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Good. So we'll start with the introduction and describe to you a little bit of our project, what we called the Reimagining the Building Blocks of Democracy. And Kim and I will take you through this. And once we're done, there will be presentations in detail about the project and the work by the partners who have put, some of them have put in a lot of work over these last 2 years. So first thing is to talk a little bit about how it all started. We're going to be trying to be brief, what we call the essentials of the product. There's this small story how it all started, really. About 2 years ago, I was sitting in one of the rooms on the side here, and I was holding a yellow pad and sort of drawing on it. And then Luca walked in, and he said, "How are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I've been thinking that we do a lot of think and talk. What about do?" And that's when we're discussing with him. We started drawing on that yellow pad the building blocks of democracy. What we did at the beginning was to prioritize the functions of democracy by creating a small academic committee that was not composed of Greeks only. And we determined exactly, I don't want to go to start reading for you all the, what is on the slides, but we determined the priorities, what it is that we're looking for. It was not a question of dealing in political theory. It was a question of dealing with the functioning parts of democracy. For example, what should be the balance between the executive and the legislative power? Just to give one example. So don't think of political theory, think of how democracy functions. Eventually, we came down to the building blocks. The first 5 were the power of the people. In other words, do people have power in democracy? If not, how can they get it? Second was the power of voting, and it encompasses all the issues of whether we should vote, whether vote should be compulsory, and what are the problems that are faced in voting. Then we had the power of the executive, which was exactly what I mentioned before. There's a lot of talk about the executive having much more power than the legislature. And then the power of the parties and influence, and the power of information, and should I say disinformation and fake news as well. Then at a later stage, we decided that we would add the power of business and the power of artificial intelligence and the ethics, the ethical code that must go together with the artificial intelligence. For those of you who may hasten to say, what the heck is climate? I would simply say that we consider climate to be the overriding axis which should come through in all of these issues. In other words, you can no longer discuss any of the things that we're discussing without taking into consideration climate. And this is one of the things that we will be pushing forward together with our work with the Climate and Democracy Initiative.
So maybe So after figuring out how to frame all of these topics that we wanted to explore further with citizens and with experts, we went around seeking partners because we knew we couldn't, our ambition was pretty big and we knew we couldn't do it alone. And we already had a network of people that we had worked with for the forum and for other initiatives. And so we went about seeking people who wanted to take on this challenge with us. And so we went and developed these relationships further. And in the first year of the project, we had a certain number of partners who were involved, and then we brought on even more for the second year. So we wanted to just detail a few of the facts about the two. Now we're in the entering our third year of the project. So just to give you a little bit of an overview, there were 7 of the expert roundtables. So the first year, what we decided to do is to seek out the advice of experts to go further into these different, the power of voting, the power of the executive, et cetera. And then after having an expert roundtable, take the same topic to a group of citizens to get their input and to see if they came up with some of the same conclusions. That was the first year. And then the second year, after, it was a process, it was a pilot. And so we got a lot of very constructive feedback here in this, well, not in this room, but down the road at the Zapion last year, that why didn't you seek out the advice of citizens first? Why are you going straight to the experts? What do they have to say about it? You need to sort of flip the script and start the process in a different way. So we took that advice to heart. And we decided to take on Atlas, you'll be hearing from them later, as a partner in doing that very thing. So reaching out to citizens first, consulting them in a variety of cities, and then they would decide what to prioritize and what were the detailed projects or policy proposals that we should focus on. So this year we had citizen-driven meetings, and those took place in Bogota, Bucharest, Nairobi, and Prague. So the other mandate that or challenge that we set for ourselves was to go more global this year as well. The first year we focused mostly in Europe, partly because that's our base. And we also went to Sydney, though, and Seoul, but we decided to go further afield this year. So you'll be hearing in a lot more detail about all of this later, but just to give you a little bit of an overview of the project.
Okay. Well, we're not going to present the conclusions as we reached in separate meetings. We're going to try and give you an overview. And some of the things that came out were the following. First of all, that this is across all the meetings, that the gravest danger to democracy was the breakdown of trust. people no longer trusted the mechanism. They no longer trusted the process. And that was important because it helped us, it guided us to our next steps. The second was that what were the fears of the people? What was it that people feared? That government had too much power, that the influence of money and lobbying was far too strong, that legislators did not have enough power, that the citizen engagement and the input that citizens had about what was happening was too limited, and that came through very, very clearly in all countries, that they were afraid of the digital divide. That was very, very clear at all levels and at all sections of society. So, what it all ended up to, one thing, citizen engagement. The most important weapon for democracy was citizen engagement. This is what citizens wanted. They wanted to be engaged.
So if we drill down a little bit deeper on the common themes between both the experts and the citizens, so over the span of the 2 years, there are several areas where they agreed. They agreed, as Anthony said, on the people need more power, but citizens also very clearly emphasized that youth need more power. And both groups saw people power as active participation, so not only voting, but engagement, and setting limits to what the executive and this legislature is able to do. So checks and balances was very clearly a priority for both citizens and experts. Then going on to disinformation, they very clearly agreed that experts and citizens together thought that labeling rules were very important for misinformation and disinformation. And search engines were a key component of that, not only across media, news outlets, et cetera, but also search engines. And then also citizens went a little further, that politicians should be held accountable for the disinformation that they might put out there into the world. And then, yeah, the power of independent authorities was also important, and independent bodies. So you'll see this theme come up over and over again as we go through the more detailed proposals that you'll be hearing about from our colleagues a little bit later. So there were 3 crucial areas, though, where citizens and experts not necessarily diverged, but that the experts just might not have considered at all. And those were on education, corruption, and transparency. So that's this year, after a roundup meeting that we had in London, we decided that we really need to dig deeper into these 3 issues, that whatever proposals became part of our sort of final package of reforms, that it was very important to focus on these 3 areas. And I know Andrea and Colombe will go into that a little bit more when they explain the methodology of their citizens' consultations. But that is a theme that or an area that we identified that we need to really dig deeper over the next year and beyond.
Then what we did is that in both years, after the end of the first year and after the second of the second year, we all met in London. All the partners met in London, and we decided what is it that we had finally come up with. And the London attendance, especially this last year, was excellent, both years. I just wanted to say that all partners were there except for 2 that joined virtually. And we came up with basically 3 categories of reforms. The one, what I would call the deep dives. These were reforms that were the partners really went deep into and studied how this reform should be formulated and also possibly how to go forward to implement it. The first, where really a lot of work has gone into it, was forming citizen-led parliamentary committees. And this was done by the New Democracy Foundation. And I think Ian will have the opportunity to explain to you more about it. The second, which was done by Taizhou University and Taizhou Future Consensus Institute in Korea, was setting up a fourth branch of government. And the third, then, that were consultations that led to nascent reforms. In other words, where citizens really proposed what we should be looking at. The one that came through, and as Kim indicated before, was education. And the idea there is that it should start at an early age and develop through interactive teaching methods and really create modules for young people to understand the relationship between citizen engagement and democracy. And we will have much more to say about this, and this is something that we believe will be taking up in the third year. And another nascent proposal that came through is on the issue of information, and this was for citizens to create label rules, and there should be an index, a media index of veracity. I hasten to say this, there are institutional efforts that have been made to label information, disinformation. What we're talking about here is slightly different. We're talking about citizens doing it. They don't want, what came through was that they did not want the EU to be doing it. They wanted citizens to be doing it. They wanted citizens to take the initiative in doing it. And the same for the media index. There are media index out at this moment, at least 4 that I know of. But what they were saying is, we want the citizens to participate on how this is going to be taking place, how it's going to be.
So because we're short on time, we're actually supposed to be finishing now. We'll just run quickly through the next ones because you'll be hearing about them in more detail, so we don't want to repeat ourselves. But in the area of corruption, putting elected politicians on probation, blacklisting corrupt politicians were some ideas that came out of the consultations. And in the category of transparency, auditing political parties and publishing the results. And then one area that actually we've been looking into since last year's building blocks was in the area of political parties and what are some ways that more citizens can be engaged, a larger group of citizens, and that political parties can learn to be more inclusive, and that's an area we're exploring as well. So just to be clear, we had the first year, some of the proposals that emerged from the first year have now had the time to marinate and be more developed through research, through further consultations, but the proposals that came out of this year are new because they went through a completely different process, and so they're in infancy, they're in a very nascent stage, and that's what we'll be taking forward into the next year and beyond. So we need to wrap up, but we do have 2 new building blocks that we did look at this year. That was which you've already seen earlier, I think. AI and ethics was one of them, and business reforms. Those are 2 other areas that we're exploring as well.
Okay, then, as I said, we added in the second year 2 new building blocks. Huh?
Yeah, I think I mentioned those. And I think we need to close, unfortunately.
The one was in business reform. I'm not going to go through it because there will be more talk about it. And in any case, we had a morning breakfast on this. But basically, it was to do away with short-termism in business. This is the basic issue. Business today, the business model that operates today is very short-term, has a very extremely short-term point of view. And this is proving to be inimical to democracy, in case you were here. And the second was, I'm sorry, I missed that. It was AI and ethics, where effectively, again, the demand was to have an international database system agency which will act as the platform for technical cooperation in the field of digital transformation and data systems. So in other words, it's again not the institutions or the states. As you know, right now, there are three approaches to how you deal with the ethics in AI. There's the approach of the United States, the approach that the EU have adopted, which is really a risk-based approach, very business-like. And of course, it is the approach of China, which is something entirely different. This is an international agency that has to be put up that transcends all the others. So that effectively concludes our very brief overview of what the building blocks have done in the last 2 years. And we will be meeting on Friday with the partners to look at the way forward. There are suggestions, there are things that have already been discussed from last year, and we hope to take this to its third year as a really global project. Thank you very much.
So please note your questions, because we will have 2 different blocks of time for people to ask questions, but we thought it would make more sense to hear more and go deeper into both the methodology. So that's Andrea and Colombe will be on stage in a moment. And then Professor Ahn will be giving his presentation about the 4th branch of government, followed by Ian Walker, who will discuss parliamentary committees. So we'll go into those deep dive.
Andrea and Colombe.
Yeah, I mentioned them. Yeah, so we'll hear from Andrea and Colombe first about the methodology of this year's project.
Good.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Colombe, this is Andrea. We'll take you through the methodologies. Disclaimer, I hate PowerPoints. We're using them because we have a lot of information, but I prefer to interact with you. So if you have questions, if you don't get it, raise your hand, scream. Let's be interactive for this. So as Anthony and Kim mentioned, last year, we discussed the building blocks. And some of us said, well, it's time to bring it to citizens. And in typical ADF manner, they said, okay, let's do it. Let's try it. Let's reverse the process. Let's bring those building blocks to citizens, and let's see what they come up with. Spoiler alert, it's quite different. And a lot of the conclusion reached, I really didn't think would be the outcomes. So please bear with us for just a minute. So what we did was we brought 4 building blocks to a group of between 10 to 200 citizens each time. And we told them, identify the main issues you see with this theme. Prioritize them. Which ones do you think are most important to your life? Come up with solutions, and decide which solutions you want implemented. That was the core of it.
And here you can see a quick overview of the events that we hosted, together with the ADF, obviously. So Nairobi, the Power of Voting, with the Moi Brain Foundation as a partner host. This was the biggest event, almost 200 people, depending on the time of the long 5 hours event. And most interesting, the makeshift of the room was really non-white collar participants. So there were a lot of farmers, there were a lot of young people going into apprenticeship. So it was very different than this room, for example. And it was super interesting, and you're going to see the results that came out of it. And each event was actually quite different itself. Bucharest, Power of the People, it was more young professionals or young students from university. Bogota, the Power of Information, we had a lot of people working in governments and journalists. And finally, in Prague, the Power Political Parties were a smaller event with a lot of senior folks. So really, throughout these 4 events, not because we wanted, but because it happened, we had a very different session of society and obviously geography coming together and discussing these themes that are obviously very dear to our work.
So let me take you through the methodology quickly. For each of those events, we opened with a panel. The idea was, if I put all of you actually in front of the power of voting, it's going to be very difficult at 8 a.m. to come up with big issues and big solutions. So we said, let's bring very different people in the room, and let's try to think a bit outside of the box and give some food for thought to participants. This lasted half an hour. After this, the groups came together. So we had online and offline. And so in person, people broke in groups between 12 people to 30 people, online as well, depending on the room capacity. And they talked about what issues they felt. So it could be feelings, like, I hate voting. I really don't like it. It's a practice I don't like. To, I don't trust the process. Politicians are too corrupt. So they talked about the issues. Online, they did the same. And then they came back, they presented the issues to the group, and discussed it. And the next step was that's actually in Bucharest when they talked about the issues. And the next step, they came together and they prioritized those issues. We told them, unfortunately, you came up with 100 issues. All are very, very valid. We don't have time to discuss them. Let's pick 3, and let's try to find solutions to 3 issues. And so you can see in the next slide the very, very developed voting system. They put stickers on the little post-its to prioritize the issues they cared more about. Same online, basically, and came up with 3 main topics they wanted to focus their 5 hours on. The next step was, OK, we have a lot of problems. We knew that. Let's try to find solutions. So people went back to their original groups. And as always, at the beginning, when you're told, please solve all of the issues with what misinformation and disinformation is, it's a bit difficult. But after hearing from the panelists and after coming up themselves with the main issues, they were actually really able to come up with great solutions. And we had, again, way too many solutions, both in person and online. So we told them, focus on what works in your country. So for example, in Bogota, focus on what can be done in Colombia in order to solve what misinformation and disinformation is doing. But think about solutions that we can export. So either that could be valid at the global level, or that you can actually come to Greece and say, look, you guys should implement this. We tried it. It was great. Let's do it. And so they then prioritized the proposals and came up with 3 concrete solutions each. Actually, not 3. Kenya came up with 5 because there were too many. But for the rest, they came up with 3 concrete solutions each that they could more or less agree on, and that we'll go through in just a minute. Again, very, very detailed voting system, as you can see. And at the end, we concluded. We told them that we would tell you all about the recommendations they have. And it's also available online, and that we will try to hold every single policymaker accountable to implementing this, and that DCF would be taking this forward.
So just to cover quickly the issue and solutions that came up of this exercise, you can see here an overview of the 4 tables, or the 4 events, and the main issues. I won't go through all of them, but as I think was mentioned in the previous presentation, corruption was a big topic, transparency and education came in different forms throughout every exercise. So clearly, these were big, I wouldn't call them blind spots of expert, but things that are kind of timeless. They always come up throughout democracy process and exercise. Colombia and I do a lot of this, and these are recurring concerns of citizens that I'm very happy they surface also doing this exercise, because I think it's something we got to tackle if we want to improve democracy.
And it also wasn't like we need more education, right? It was very specific in terms of how the education systems were failing them, whether it was lack of participation in it and so on.
In terms of solutions, again, I'm going to go quickly through them, then later in private you can ask us all the questions, but you can see in Nairobi, there are 5 main topics that come up. One that I really like was the blacklisting of politicians that have been held guilty of corruption. Not because I think that people cannot make mistakes, but because obviously corruption is one of those issues that are completely destroying democracies across the planet, in some countries more than others, but I guess in any country, this is the problem. And I really like the fact that people were a bit harsh as well on this topic and say, you shouldn't have a second chance if you are corrupted, in Kenya in this case, because it's really one of the cancers of our system. And as an Italian, I completely sympathize and understand the situation. So I think there was a very strong proposal that we should consider way more, I think, in our democracy. If we go to Bucharest. In Bucharest, again, very interesting proposal, very innovative, forward-looking. I really like the first one you see here, democratize the education itself. So it's not only about civic education, it's not only about bringing democracy to the curriculum, but it's actually thinking about teaching methods and practices for young people to hack their curriculum, to prioritize issues within the school curriculum, to have a more equal relationship with teachers and professors. And I think that practicing democracy since a young age probably makes you way likely to want to defend it and uphold it later in life. So I find it as a very interesting topic as well. Bogota was focused on misinformation, disinformation. Excellent proposal. I think I could develop all of the three of them. The first one is something that was mentioned also before, an index of media companies based on how accurate the information is. So many people in the room were concerned about the fact that even established newspapers and media houses were not reliable as they used to be, or they were not perceived as reliable as they used to be. So the idea of setting up a body, an institution, an organization that could verify and rate newspapers and media outlets based on their veracity. And obviously, this kind of grading being non-political, independent, citizens-led, I found it a very interesting way to kind of break the deadlock of how do we deal with misinformation that so far no one has really solved. And finally, we had Prague that was focused on political parties. I really like the second proposal here. For me, is, as I built political parties in the past, the issue of public funding comes very often for new political movements. The fact that if you're in established political parties, in many systems, you get money from the state. And if you're a newcomer, you not only have to fundraise for yourself, but you're also up against public money, basically. So the idea of winning public money as a new political formation, not only based on your previous performance, because obviously if you're new, you don't have a track record, but actually on polling, on official polling, a few months before the elections, that could help you as a new formation again to compete with established political parties.
Just a few lessons learned. The first two, we kind of expected it, didn't expect it. The last one, we expected it. So as mentioned, education was front and center. And we've been doing this for a while, but we didn't think it would be for democracy in every single consultation, kind of the first topic. I know it sounds basic, but because in every single consultation, it was very different. The solutions were very different, from hacking the curriculum to training, to actually giving education to journalists on how to identify better disinformation and so on. It was really front and center. The second one is, often in those rooms, and at ADF, for example, we speak a lot about participatory democracy. It's one of my favorite topics, personally. People didn't care. And this, I really didn't expect it. So we tried to talk to participants after, and we're like, what about citizens' assemblies, right? What about participatory budgeting? What do you think of full branches of governments and so on? I love all of those topics. I think they are great solutions. And people were like, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's good. We're not against. It's a good thing, but it's really not a priority as long as we don't have funding, as long as we don't have security at the polls, as long as all of this. And so it was kind of a reality check, and I think that's also when this effort was valuable after last year's ADF, where we came up with a lot of wonderful, detailed, complicated solutions to also sometimes bring it back to basics. And the last one, we knew it and we were very happy about it, but participants were really eager to engage. And we're not just saying this because they were very happy to do it, but because in all of those places, they said, okay, if you guys choose to bring it forward, we'll campaign for it. We'll work with you to make it happen. We'll try to get politicians. And for example, in Nairobi, during the event, we actually had MPs that have started working on the blacklisting corrupt politicians parts and trying to bring it to Parliament. They said, this is great. We don't normally get rooms like this. Great solutions. Let's bring it forward.
If I can add something on this, I really like how Kim and Antonis captured the theme of trust, because I feel that you see it especially in education, the topic that people seem to really want to regain trust in democracy. And to regain trust in democracy, they want to understand very well how it works, and they want to understand what are the power and influence over democracy. And this has to be very clear to them. And I think that sometimes we forget it because we are so enthusiastic about democracy that unless we fix the basic, basis, it's very difficult to build upon and move forward. So I think that the education topic, for example, is a perfect encapsulation of this problem. People don't fully grasp how democratic processes work, why they matter, why legislations work this way. And as such, they feel more distant to what we're trying to defend. So I agree with Colombo, it was a wonderful reality check for people working in this space, I think.
And that's it. We have all of the reports with all of the recommendations. We just put the top ones on our website. I think DCF is also publishing all of them. Super happy to answer any of the questions. And it was great. So thank you, Kim, Anthony, and the whole team for that as kind of reverse the process.
Okay, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Anthony and Achilles for me to have a presentation and for encouragement and inspiration to refine my thought. And my name is Byung-Jun. You could call me ABJ, and from Kyung-hee University, Seoul, South Korea. And my specialty is American politics and Korean politics as well. Today, my main topic is going to be about fourth branch of government. It goes beyond the legislative, executive, and judicial branch of conventional democracy. That's my main topic, and my subtitle is Politics of Long-Termism. What I mean by that, actually, it's long-termism, but we need to act right now. It's not just a long-term task, it's an urgent task because democracy everywhere is dysfunctional nowadays. So I think this kind of new innovative thinking might be a very urgent, I think. Okay, let me begin by my favorite phrase by Alexis Tocqueville, French thinker, of course. And human spirit wanders in darkness because past no longer shine the light for the future. And Tocqueville's words have never been so relevant and they are now. I think that also applies to in these days. Past does not shine to the future, especially when it comes to climate and AI. So my main question is like as follows. Can democracy meet the urgent challenge of climate and AI? The coming wave, actually, according to the great research professor whose name is Rockstrom and Sharon Hoover in Potsdam Institute, that is most prestigious institute in the world. They warn us about tipping point of climate catastrophe, right? And as far as I remember, a few days ago, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, warned us humanity open the gate of hell. So it's so scary. And also, according to Mo Gadet, he's former head of the new development in Google X. And Mustafa Sherman, I think, the founder of the DeepMind, they both won the point of no return in big gap between human intelligence and AI. They even go so far as to predict that in 2040 something, comparison between human intelligence and AI is like a fly versus Einstein. It might be a little bit exaggerating, but that's a very scary scenario. So what I'm saying here is we need a Green New Deal globally, but it's just economic alternative. without fixing democracy, just economic alternative is not enough. We need some kind of political imagination. And also, we need to reform democracy. As Andrea Colom mentioned, we need to be more civic engagement. And also, at the same time, we need to go beyond previous model of democracy. So let me briefly remind you, what is liberal constitutional democracy anyway? It's democracy means, as far as I remember, according to ancient Greece, deme. Deme means the member of the tribe. Of course, it's only about human belonging. And rule of law is also within human community. And liberal view of human right, of course, is Anthropocene, just the human right, right? It's important, but we need to go beyond. I have to admit that modern democracy is a great accomplishment. I'm big fan of Madison, Jefferson, and Hamilton. They invented modern democracy. And it's also great in terms of balance between the common, ordinary people, and the wise, House and Senate, that sort of thing, right? And check and balance thing. That's great accomplishment. But I think we need to admit some limitation in liberal democracy. The frequent encounter with vetocracy, the Francis Fukuyama coined that word, right? And also, current politicians only mainly protect current constituents who live in present, right? Not because they are bad person, no, just the structural limitation of liberal democracy. And also, we need to extend representation. Representation is open. We need to include more climate refugees and more people who are excluded. So, for example, Greta Thunberg asked us a question. Do we have really the wise in these days? She's so critical about us. I don't think Senate in United States, some people are great, but overall, they are not that wise. And several years ago, the great book was published, titled They Knew. According to that book, since 1960, no matter what, Republican administration or Democrat administration, both, they already knew severity of climate crisis, but they couldn't act. They couldn't act in fundamental ways, unfortunately. So I think we need bold social fiction. It's a scary scenario, but I argue that ecofascism looms. Already it looms. The regime that used the climate as an excuse for autocratic rule, and that's kind of climate leviathan. That's so scary, and we need new narrative. Without new narrative, we cannot have innovative democracy. Also, as Andrea and Colom mentioned, education is very essential. And by having that kind of experience, we could have a new education, new civic education for 21st century. It's kind of social capital formation, as Robert Putnam in Harvard mentioned. And I'm not talking about radically new idea. It's been a long time since this kind of imagination, for decades, we just turned a blind eye. Especially, I'd like to underscore two great thinkers in 20th century civilization. Hans Jonas, who was a professor at New School for Social Research in Manhattan. I was studying there, and he underscored, we need to go beyond Kant's neighbor ethics. Neighbor ethics is very important, but we need to go beyond. We need to have a new ethic for the future as well. And also, Thomas Berry, a Canadian father, his book, Dream of the Earth, is one of the essential books for the new civilization, and he actually doubts the Anthropocene concept of democracy. And their value, three values: diversity of all life, harmony of East and West. What I'm saying here is I admire liberal constitutional democracy, but it's kind of evolved. It has to be evolved. And it has to incorporate Native American insight and Latin American insight, and also has to incorporate Confucian constitutionalism, that sort of thing. It needs to evolve. And sustainably, that sort of thing. And so what I'm saying here is we need to radically extend liberal democracy based on precautionary principle and long-termism. Since Rio conference, everybody talking about the precautionary principle, right? So we need to put that in action in democratic operation. So I think we need to establish the fourth branch. I'm not talking about the media. Usually in conventional, when we are talking about fourth branch, we are talking about media. But here, I'm talking about new legislative body as a future deliberative body and commitment to protect the future communities. So role of the fourth branch is acting guardian of the future human and also non-human species. You know what? Even Mogadet in Google X that I mentioned, he underscored we need to represent even AI. I mean, not bad AI, I mean good AI. So we need to radically new imagination and also monitor, assess policy of so-called presentism. And even having veto power over serious damage to the future. And making laws for ecological sustainability. And actually, I'm currently writing a book. I'm almost finishing, maybe in December. But here, just the main institutional mechanism would be like this: appointing trustee and citizen juror bilaterally. What I mean by trustee, if you think about the example of when child became orphan, some trustee has to represent his or her interest until they reach adulthood, right? So that kind of trustee could have a role in the representing the globe who cannot speak themselves, or a river, or a forest, and establishing permanent body and many ecological workshop for the citizen juror. The great ecological thinker Joanna Macy once coined that kind of workshop. Almost I'm finishing, and maybe my idea is too idealistic. Some people might say this kind of science fiction. But as William Gibson said, future is already here. Already in globally, a lot of pioneering example is around the globe. Future Generation Commission for ways, insightful experience for future generation. And the corporation already has a legal status. Corporation has a legal status, so Earth can have also legal status. And in New Zealand, Whanganui River already has a trustee. So my idea is not that revolutionary. Already there are a lot of Ecuador, UN Earth Charter. If you happen to read the Earth Charter, it's a beautiful charter, especially when it comes to preamble. It has everything. And UN branch harmony with nature, and even one business company in London, so-called River Simple Company, has Earth trustee in their boarding member. But I have to admit there are a lot of tricky issues. Kind of constitutional framework might be very, very difficult. It's uphill battle. And who chooses trustee? Can you believe trustee and juror? That sort of thing. But I'm going to elaborate the detail of a specific mechanism in my book. But I'm not a kind of idealist, just floating over the abstract idea. We need to be very practically minded. So in academia, we call policy diffusion. We need to start in initial step more practically. Future deliberation commission in local or central or even transnational. It's just kind of advisory board. And if we manage to be successful in constitutional amendment, we could have a more authoritative body. And eventually, we could expand to every decision-making body, legislative, judicial, even NGO, even university, voting member, business, everywhere. We could have that kind of future deliberation body. So we need new transformative politics. So mobilizing at the domestic level and various horizontal and vertical diffusion, especially we need pioneer who is a kind of a green democratic state. They need to be kind of pioneering role, leadership role. That's what I'm trying to say. And after this conference, I'm going to finish my book when I come back to Seoul. And here, I'm with my 3 students from political school, young generation. They are excellent activists. And after conference, we're going to do follow-up. So when you happen to meet our activists, just have a lot of, I hope, a lot of conversation. I'm going to finish by quoting my favorite, I'm a big fan of Václav Havel. The salvation of this human world lies nowhere else than in the human heart, in the human power to reflect, in human modesty and human responsibility. So we need to really broaden our perspective and let's make impossible project possible. Thank you.
Good morning. I want you to picture coming home from work. What do you normally do? Turn on the news, and a lot in this room will probably think, oh, what's happened in politics? I want you to think about the sentiment that you feel. Are you thinking, wow, that Parliament really discussed an issue relevant to my life? Didn't they present 3 really interesting contrasting ideas, and that makes me think about it? Gee, I wonder which they'll go ahead with as they discuss the merits of each proposal. And then you wonder where you parked your unicorn, wonder if you'd like a slice of flying pig for dinner. It doesn't happen. What do you see instead? I think what a lot of people see on the news every night is politicians who fight like cats in a sack. I'm really hoping that's a saying that travels around the world. If you've ever pictured cats in a sack, it's an impossible dilemma. And we have a lot of people in journalism who opine and say, you know what we need? Different cats. The problem is not the cats. The problem is the sack. Take away the sack and the cats don't fight. What I'm hoping you're going to take away from our 10 minutes together is just 3 things. I'm going to define what I think is the problem with how our democracies function today. I want to share with you 5 principles that we think are key to the solution. And thirdly, I'm going to give you the practical element of where they can plug in to our politics and our parliaments as we do it today. The problem with our politics, I would suggest to you, is that we have built a system that is hyper-responsive to public opinion. Public opinion is what we think when we haven't had time to think. This is a terrible, terrible thing to do. Do you want to buy a house? You've got to decide in the next 10 seconds. No. You sit there and you consider diversity of information. You weigh the costs. You take time. Public judgment is the opposite of public opinion. The easiest way to think about this is the criminal jury. If Kim and I have a wild night out tonight and end up arrested, we will not demand a phone poll of 1,000 people to decide if we go to jail. And yet our politics runs very heavily on that same public opinion metric. A government announces something and poof, we go straight to public opinion. Instead, we get a random sample of the population. We ask them to consider diverse and contested information. We ask them to find common ground. We don't just wait till 51% of them think should go to jail. We say, no, jury, 11 out of 12 of you at least. We give them abundant time. We don't push them for a decision. A jury deliberates until it can find that point of common ground. And critically, we structurally agree to how we will listen to that group. Now, it's only a rough analogy. Don't get caught up in, is this just criminal juries for our political system? All I'm asking you to take away is the broad idea that there is a difference between public opinion and public judgment. What did I just do in those 5 steps? I outlined 5 principles to you. These are going to be the 5 most obvious things you hear today. And what I hope you go is, oh, we don't do any of those 5. When governments consult, do they hear from a representative sample of the population, or do they hear from the noisiest voices? So the first pillar, the first principle in how we're going to improve our democracy, in how we're going to listen to people substantively, involves random lottery selection. The second principle is one of information. Opinion polls, they don't ask what you've read. They don't ask what you've thought about before you answer the question. You just fire from the hip. If people consider diverse and contested information, hear different perspectives on a solution and take the time to think, then that is a second critical principle. If you want to take a group of people from all walks of life, blue collar, white collar, no collar, if you want them to engage sensibly, question and challenge that diversity of information, they're going to need time, abundant time. Our projects are commonly 4 or 5 months long, where people meet every 3 weeks on a Saturday. But if we have political problems that are taking decades to be left unresolved, shouldn't we be able to find that 5 or 6 months? Fourth principle is to ask people an open question and give them a free response. Have you ever filled in a survey and been frustrated and thought, what I actually want to say isn't there? So why do we bind citizens the same way? We should ask an open question. Budgeting questions. Why don't we simply ask citizens, how can we live within our means? It's an open question. It doesn't presuppose higher taxes or reduced services or asset sales. It simply says, here is a problem I want you to solve. And the fifth principle, just like the jury, is that commitment to how people will be heard at the end. This does not mean that elected representatives are bound. It does not mean they are constrained. I'm going to suggest to you that because of public opinion, they're constrained today. Does everyone know the rule in, rule out game? That you announce a review or reforms, but I tell you what, you better rule everything out at the beginning or the other side of politics is going to clip you. A lot of politicians will use the phrase, a national conversation. And a national conversation generally involves 2 opinion writers in different newspapers going head to head and 99% of the population tuning out. That fifth principle of authority hangs on a substantive response from elected representatives. Because that's what we see in our courts as well. The judge is not bound by what the jury does. The judge has discretion to take into account factors and give you a 1-year sentence or a 25-year sentence. Kim, if we better watch ourselves tonight. Judges find juries complementary. Can our political class as well? So when we say power to the people, don't think of public opinion. Public opinion, I'm putting to you, is the problem. And you cannot tell anyone in elected office to ignore public opinion or they become former politicians. We need to provide something better, and that is a public judgment mechanism. The great thing is, we know how to do this. So thus far, I've stepped through and said, I've got a view on what the problem is and excessive public opinion. I've given you 5 principles that I think underpin how we can get beyond public opinion to public judgment. The third step is, well, that's all nice. How do we plug this into our parliaments? Won't politicians find this really tricky and constraining? They're constrained today. We move beyond constraint when we start the conversation by finding common ground amongst an informed group of citizens. Have you seen the Americans discuss gun laws? The best political statement on gun control comes from an Australian comedian. You have 468 legislators in Congress who are getting outrun by Jim Jeffries. Why? Because he is not constrained. If you start that conversation with what people from all walks of life, blue collar, white collar, no collar, have said, we've looked at various arguments, we've actually looked at the data underneath it, and this is what we can agree on. We move beyond the punch and judy politics of one side, you must do this, and the other side saying the world will end if you do that. Let's present both those cases, give it to a group of citizens, and simply see what they can agree to. The place to plug this into our parliaments is committees. If you think about it, parliamentary committees, Senate committees are deliberative in nature. They involve a mix of politicians working together, considering evidence and writing a substantive report. It's relatively simple to adapt this and say, well, let's include a citizen role in there as well. They're doing this in Brussels. There are now Brussels deliberative committees, and that's the basis for some of the advice piece and stream that we've worked on as well. I want you to contrast it with what we choose to show citizens today. We show them question time. Has anyone in this room ever managed to watch 1 hour of question time? Any hands going to go up here? We're all political junkies. Have you done it without hitting mute? I don't know what's wrong with you, sir, but I hope your life gets better. Question time is the worst advertisement for democracy we have. Why do we show that when we have this great chance to show that there's a part of our politics that works super well? So if we apply novelty and innovation, we can have a trusted mechanism. Trust has come out as the theme. Think about yourselves. Who do you trust? You'll tend to trust people you know, people like you, co-workers, colleagues, friends, family. Who do you trust the least? Someone where you look at them and say, well, you would say that, wouldn't you? That's who we don't trust, and yet that's who dominates our political debate. I want to close by addressing the little element of, do citizens want this? I think of this as the Sony Walkman problem. For those of us of a certain age, and a few in this room are, the Sony Walkman, do you remember this when this came out? Cassette deck, yellow thing, fantastic. Every piece of market research before that, they asked people, do you want to be able to take your music with you? You know what the answer was? No. Just think of the portable music revolution we've had, and every piece of market research said nobody wants it. Why? Because when people were asked, do you want to take your music with you? They pictured boom boxes. Like, I'm not carrying 2 foot of black plastic with me everywhere I go. That's a terrible idea. And the chairman of Sony said, they don't know what they're saying no to, just put them on shelves. And that seemed to go pretty well. My message to you is show, don't tell. Run a first project. Run on a hard issue. And I don't need to go beyond that, because I'm going to stop here. If you're thinking there's no way this is going to work, be here at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow for about 15 minutes and hear from Art O'Leary. I'm not going to destroy his speech by saying what he's going to say, but for those with skepticism, 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, and you'll hear something, and every politician who has heard this story has said, that's the hardest thing I've ever seen. How on earth is that possible? People power can be delivered. But people power is not public opinion. People power is a public judgment mechanism. Thank you.
So I think everybody's ready for a little break. But before a break, I hope you saved up some questions. Because now we're going to take a few moments. If anybody has questions of the previous presentations, we'll spend just about 10 minutes talking. We'll have another time to talk about some of the reforms later on. But we wanted to have a little pause here, see if there's any questions, and you can address them to any of the previous speakers, and I'll help coordinate. We have some mics, roving around. Okay. Questions, anybody at this stage in the game? Yeah, to the gentleman over there.
Hi, this is loud. My name is Zakaria Al-Shmali. I was a student at the EUY, and now I'm at UNUMER at United Nations University, and I think it's easy if I stand and, oh my God, it's a full room. So my questions are simply, I want to start with, I really believe that this is a very good diagnostic of the democratic malaise that we're going through. What I'm not fully convinced so far from the presentations was about the solution, because I absolutely agree about all of the things that I saw, but when I see them, I know that many non-democratic powers are using the same analysis that we're sharing here to come up with a different kind of response. So my question is, how do we protect against the non-democratic fall or non-democratic attack on democracy? Because simply saying people's power alone means nothing to me, because this week on Der Spiegel, they're asking the question, schaffen wir das wieder? Can we do this again with refugees and migrants? And they use 3 public opinions, very specific questions, saying 84% of Germans don't want this, don't want that, and so forth. So I agree that public opinion shouldn't drive, but what would be the alternative? How can we put it forward? How can we include refugees? And so on. Thank you.
So thank you. Okay, so how to take, somebody might want to answer that. Is there anybody from the presentation or somebody else in the audience who has a response to that? What do we do about the autocrats who might use some of the same mechanisms to actually defeat democracy? Andrea. Or Ian.
I agree with you. Public opinion is super easy to manipulate. Can you imagine what our elections look like in a world of deepfakes? Just think about this. You can now get a computer to program a politician to create a video that says absolutely anything. Elections made a heck of a lot of sense in about 1800. We have taken an Amish view of democracy. We've gone, oh, that looked about right in 1800, let's just stick with that. We need to move beyond that. Public opinion is extremely easy to manipulate. That's why advertising works so well. It's like selling Coca-Cola or a bag of chips. In 30 seconds, I can convince you of everything. Public judgment is much harder to trick up. Public judgment mechanisms are much harder to manipulate if done to a set of standards. And you're right, it's going to be the standards that matter. I tell you, I know how to cheat one of these processes. I can tell you the 4 pressure points where if you manipulate them, you can break it. Therefore, it's very easy to actually publicise the mechanisms and say, look for these 4 pressure points. If you don't see them, someone's cheating.
Thank you, Ian. Do we have, I guess there was another response back here, I think, to that same question. Microphone to the gentleman in the glasses.
Sorry, I wasn't going to respond to that. Do you want to go into somebody's response? I had another question, so if you want to continue that response.
You can respond to that, and then we'll move on to another question.
No, I was going to ask another question.
Oh, you want to ask? Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
fine.
It was about the show, not tell, which I entirely agree with. But, you know, in our culture of democracy, elections have got a decline in legitimacy, but I've had a legitimacy that's got a culture for so long. So to get that legitimacy for these other public decision-making processes, I agree it's about show, not tell, but how do you show enough people?
Okay, so how to bring it to the masses, show enough people. Ian, instead of you, I'm going to have Roberta, just to get another voice in here, answer that one.
I just want to double-click on polling. And as a former journalist for more than 30 years, I know that the questions that you ask inform the story that you tell. And we're talking about democracy. I have a big bias about the climate crisis as the existential crisis facing all of us right now. And when we talk about democracy, we're leaving out many countries in the world. You know, we need China. We need other countries that are not democracies, and this is something that we need to accomplish globally together if we're going to have civilization or democracy at all.
Thank you. Okay, another question. Anne, do you want to? We have time for maybe 2 more questions.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anne Florini from New America and Arizona State University. My question really is to the Atlas folks. You talked a couple of times about setting up new entities, new independent bodies. And that made me very nervous because who's setting them up and who is going to control them? And I think we need to be very careful about not assuming there's a technocratic response to any of this, because all of this is about power and power politics. Just to follow up on Professor On's fascinating presentation, I'd like everybody here to know that next year there is the UN Summit on the Future, September 23rd and 24th. And if there is any way we can connect this concern with longer term futures with that discussion, I think that might be very interesting.
Okay, thank you. So Andrea and Colombe might want to have a moment to respond to that.
Absolutely. I mean, when we talk about independent bodies and so on, sorry if we didn't go in details, but we meant all citizens-led bodies, like random sortitions, they get assembled, they rotate, and they are the one giving the recommendations. We're absolutely not technocratic, I completely agree with you. I'm going to also jump on the previous question super briefly, because I think something we sometimes forget about why democracy is in difficulties and autocracy seems to be having the upper hand, is that sometimes democracy do not deliver. So we talk about, yesterday we did the Citizen Assembly together, the PNIX, I think it was called, and there were a lot of people talking about climate, migration, and many other very important progressive issues. But I said the same yesterday, no one is talking about money right now. No one is talking about how to bring down cost of living, inflation, and so on. And I think that the way democracy will, I don't want to say survive, because there are many ways to survive, but thrive and be more successful than autocrats is actually when people will have a full belly again, or will be doing very well economically, or better than now. And I think it's something that we have lost a bit in democracy, because we think a lot about other topics when, again, the folks in the square here in front are thinking how to have a job, or obviously how to go to and meet. So I think that's a bit the secret that we don't ever need to forget.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, so that's all we have time for right now, but don't worry, you'll have other opportunities to raise your hand and ask your questions a little bit later in the program. Now we're going to have a little break, a little bit shorter than originally planned, because we're a bit behind schedule, as you may have noticed. So just 10 minutes, just kind of stretch your legs, get a coffee, go to the toilets, etc. So we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here again after the very short coffee break. And now we're going into a presentation of other suggestions and policy recommendations that have been made in the project. I wanted to clarify a couple of things that came up in the discussion before. People seem to ask what is the proposition, what are the proposals that came out so far? And I wanted to stress that in case some of you missed it, actually, Professor Ang talked specifically about creating a fourth body of government. And I would like to point out that the Conference for the Future of Europe was really talking about a fourth body as well. So it is not as controversial as some of you may have thought it is. And Ian Walker talked very, very specifically about citizens' committees or assemblies or panels advising parliamentary committees when they discuss draft laws. As you know, in most of the countries, parliaments have got parliamentary committees which discuss the draft law, and then they propose to the assembly, to the total assembly, what to do about it. And there's a second discussion that follows. Well, the proposal is that citizens should be consulted by the parliamentarians before they go to the plenary. Okay, so that's to make it clear. And there's one more thing that I'd like to answer in terms of the question that was posed. Yes, we are aware of the problems that arise in certain countries which do not really practice liberal democracy. And I will insist on using the twin term liberal democracy and not democracy by itself. Those of you who have dealt in political science will understand why I insist on this. Now, our approach is not that we ignore the problems that exist in other countries that do not really, although they appear to be democratic, they may be playing a little bit short, they may sort of shorthand democracy somehow. But it is our belief that we have to deal first with the problems in the countries that do practice liberal democracy. Because if these countries fail, then that's the end of it. And it is not a question of exporting the model. That has been tried with disastrous results, I would say. The problem is to lead by example. So we need to have our own house in order before we go further down. Okay? This is just as a general introduction to answer some of the questions that were raised before you had the time run over, you end up with your coffee break. Now, let us start on the presentations from our illustrious company up here. And may I ask the co-founder and president of the Leaders Foundation, Christian Mavila, to take the floor.
Thank you very much for having me here. The video earlier is how we start the unfinished democracy in Bucharest this year. I don't have knowledge about democracy much, but I organized this together with Achilles and with Athens Democracy Forum because I thought that we can really put a light on a country that without fight for democracy, we will not have it anymore. And I believe very much that if every one of us, starting with businesses, will understand that democracy is not about politicians, it's about us, it's about businesses that will be implicated in the decision, in making pressure on governments, we will not have democracy. And without democracy, they don't have businesses. So this is how we started in Bucharest. And we had three strong, in my opinion, solutions from the survey that we did with the citizens: the lack of civic education, the lack of civil engagement, and the lack of transparency.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Well, difficult subject, the issue of information. And I will ask Adriana Hernandez, who's the executive director, well, I'm sorry if I mispronounce everything, Adriana, of the Fundación Innovación para el Desarrollo. And she was our partner in Bogota. And Adriana, will you go?
Thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you, Achilles, for the invitation. I'm thrilled to be here to share with you some of the results of our consultation in Bogota last June 8th. So Colomba and Andrea already referred to most of the results. I would just like to make an emphasis on 3 key messages. The first is citizen consultation concluded that people are aware that sometimes they think their opinion is the truth. And I think this is a very powerful message that we should maybe analyze further. Why people tend to be confident on their own thoughts as that being the truth. And this can be widespread because if social media replicate this kind of thought or magical thought, as somebody also mentioned earlier, we have a widespread misinformation. Second, people are also aware that they are not so knowledgeable, that they sometimes are incapable of understanding where a fact is and where an opinion is. So that is why I think our conclusion of providing the public opinion and the public judgment with elements such as an index to understand where there is a difference between fact and opinion may be very useful. To have this index be built with citizen participation led by citizens, I think also reinforces the fact that we need more inclusion in order to have more trust in democracy. And there is just one slight difference between the conclusion in Bogota and our own personal contribution, and that is that not only media should be labeled. I think labeling actors that are part of the social media environment with a lot of followers, be them politicians or not, having public responsibilities or not, is also something to observe, because many followers leads to having a lot of responsibility on the messaging that you provide through your outlets. So that would be my contribution. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, thank you. Well, everybody is being very brief, so you'll have plenty of time to ask questions afterwards. May I ask Marcel Schepp, who is the advisor for international party dialogue at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and who's worked, he was in the first year, from the first year with us, working on the project. Marcel.
Yeah. Very good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to speak here. I might be not as brief, but I hope I won't exceed five to 6 minutes. I recently went to a conference where, to my surprise, one participant remarked, paraphrasing here, of course, 3 years ago we discussed all these innovative theories on democracy, and now, 3 years later, we are almost talking about the end of democracy theory. What happened? While I certainly do not agree with the latter, the actual point here is more subtle, I feel. When discussing democracy, we need to be more consistent and confident alike. Evident democratic backsliding should and cannot lure us into singing a swan song for liberal democracy prematurely. And the same goes for political parties. Integral to our understanding of democracy, and I'm quoting the German Constitution here, informing the political will of the people. Well, political parties seem to have come out of fashion as of recent. And I believe this is wrong. Our contribution to the Building Blocks project last year closed with the observation that expectations towards an increased representation and participation through political parties are not matched by an equally high support for personal representation and participation. A representative survey, not poll, we conducted supports this result. Political parties are neither expected to explain politics more, nor to give more responsibility to the so-called common people. They are simply expected to do their job. Now, what that is depends on who participates. Hence, our recommendation was to open political party membership to different modes of involvement, both by introducing more open, thus inclusive instruments of participation, and by harnessing digital technology effectively to become more accessible to participate. Just hardly a groundbreaking recommendation, you might say. I believe that merits to look at the critique as well. Last year's Athens Democracy Forum, the approach was deemed too theoretical, for it assumes political parties to be the most effective and desirable instrument of participation, which I would call the idealist critique. Our own Democracy Forum, also last year, the approach was deemed not practical, for it disregards contexts in which political party membership is neither attainable nor consistent, which I call the realist critique. And fundamentally, the approach is both undemocratic in spirit and undue in practice, for it is not our, but the members' prerogative to decide for their political parties what to do, which I would call the self-critique. So what's the point of this whole exercise then, you might ask? And this is where the deep dive comes in. By principle, it is imperative to the democratic function of political parties to choose their instruments of participation themselves, for good and for bad. Prescribing reforms ex ante is neither normatively nor empirically sound, as there is no clear and consistent evidence for their correlation with more intra-party democracy, save more democracy. By practice, it is imperative for the independence of civil society to acknowledge the competitive nature of political parties. Prescribing reforms ex ante here should not fall into the trap of assuming that more members equal more participation equals more democracy. There is, however, enough empirical evidence for more intra-party democracy to assume a correlation with more participation, inclusion, and involvement for all members at all levels. And here I can share some preliminary results of 2 studies we commissioned that are forthcoming. Over time, there has been a shift in intra-party democracy from consensus-based to competition-based procedures, most notably expressed in electing rather than selecting the leadership. This is ideally accompanied by a higher degree of self-empowerment regarding candidates' conduct, inclusion of party wings, and participation of the so-called ordinary party members. There is no empirical evidence so far that more digital parties fare better. The results vary widely depending on party, society, country, and so forth. It is, however, evident that more dialogue-oriented digitalization leads to more communication between members and party leadership. Electing party leadership, in principle, can be considered an effective instrument for more intra-party democracy because, once introduced, it can only be avoided at an increased cost, for example. Dialogue-oriented digitalization, if done well, of course, can contribute to increased involvement of party members, thus mobilizing party membership to exert more influence. To conclude, I would like to recommend, firstly, political parties should elect their leaders through general, direct, free, equal, secret, and transparent intra-party elections open to all members, ideally at all levels. And secondly, political parties should prioritize digitalizing dialogue-oriented processes that directly or indirectly affect and ideally enable their members to participate. My point, in conclusion, is this. It is a disservice to democracy explaining its regression with the dysfunction of political parties. Rather, we should enable them to function better, possibly by participating ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. I will now call upon Declan O'Brien, who is the Senior Product Manager for Elections and Democracy at the Kofi Annan Foundation, to say a few words about voting.
Yes.
Thank you, Declan.
Thank you. Great. Thanks. I feel bad now being the only one who prepared a PowerPoint, so I'm just going to ignore that, right? Or what I'll do actually is just that, and we can all look at Mr. Annan. So as Anthony said, we are, the Kofi Annan Foundation is part of the Building Blocks project, and we are looking at the power of voting sort of pillar of that, which suits us down to the ground. It's very much in line with the approach that we have within the broad spectrum of democracy support work. We initially came to it through a sort of peace-building, conflict resolution lens almost, in the sense that over a decade ago now, we started looking at the number of elections that were leading to violence. Mr. Annan was called in often to mediate on some of those. So we started looking at working on electoral integrity as a way of ensuring that elections didn't become violent. So the question of voting is, of course, central to that. And it's kind of a fun one to be working on within the context of the ADF, because as I'm sure you've noticed from earlier presentations, and if you've been here in past years, there is a very vibrant community of people here working on sort of expanding participation and reducing the centrality of elections within democratic processes. And of course, that's absolutely necessary. We need to find other ways for people to have a say in how they're governed and by whom. And the problem with elections, in part, is that because in so many places it all comes down to elections and everything is decided by elections and the stakes are so high, that is what encourages and promotes, you know, so many negative behavior. So we are happy to be working on this. And what I thought I'd do quickly today, as Anthony said, the plan for sort of the next couple of days is to go into some of these policy recommendations that came out of the consultations in a bit more detail, and then ask ourselves on Friday, I think it's going to be, you know, what concretely as a group, as a network, as partners, we can do on some of these issues. And the power of voting consultations took place in Tel Aviv and Nairobi. Colombe and Andrea went through some of those sort of the priority issues that came out of those earlier. And I just kind of want to maybe raise some of the other ones that came up and give a sense of where perhaps we might be best placed to act. There are some ideas that came up that were really good, really interesting policy recommendations, changes that could make a big difference, but being realistic about who we are and the network that we have and the resources that we could mobilize, just maybe we're not the best placed. So I don't want to, before you get too critical, don't assume that the fact that something might not be right for us is actually some sort of reflection of the merit of that particular idea. Having said that, there were a couple of ideas that were a little bit out there. And I think some of the ones that we won't take forward, for example, although, you know, feel free to find me at the breaks and argue your case, there was a suggestion, for example, for the implementation of blockchain voting. Personally, I don't think either blockchain or voters are ready for that yet. I mean, central to the question of electoral integrity is the idea of trust and transparency, and I just do not think that there is sufficient trust there in what blockchain can do in order to make it a positive within electoral processes. There was also a suggestion that we could expand perhaps the number of positions for which people vote. So not just senators or presidential candidates or whatever, but you could include, for example, members of the judiciary. Again, a little bit torn on that one personally, but I don't think it's something that we as a group would want to take forward in any case. There are other things I think that would make a real difference within the local context of an election. I mean, people, I think, within the Nairobi discussion expressed a real demand for more opportunities, more in-person events so that they could actually meet with candidates and have those exchanges. Again, not a bad idea at all, but not something I don't think that we as a group want to or can really take on. But there were some other interesting ideas, some policy recommendations that perhaps we could lend support to or run sort of advocacy campaigns around or support others who are working locally on these. Again, not sold by all of them, but it would be great to have your views at the end or over the next couple of days. And they're not necessarily radical, but the first is quite interesting, which was a suggestion to lower the voting age to 15, which controversial, not necessary in many cases, but again, there are, particularly in some of the countries that we work, you know, there are some countries in Africa where, for example, the average age is around 15. So, you know, if you're not going to include those people in an electoral process, then your electoral process is quite exclusionary already. So I think there are some places where that actually is a very interesting idea. Another one that comes up a lot is quotas for political parties and for actual candidates as well, to make sure that, you know, politics is more diverse. Nothing radical or new in that. It's been implemented in some places to great effect. It's theoretically in place in other places, but isn't really adhered to. But again, that's another interesting idea. The question of fully transparent political party funding has come up a lot. That is a question and a problem as old as political parties and democracy itself, and I think is something that we as a community need to pay more attention to. This challenge of opaque political financing is huge. We had the idea of blacklisting corrupt politicians already. And then two other ones that came up that are quite interesting, maybe, are the question of mandatory voting, which, again, is implemented in some places, works in some places. I think, personally, you need to have a lot else in place already for that to work. So maybe it's kind of leaping ahead a little bit. But the other one that's quite interesting as well is ranked choice voting, which is something that, again, is working in a couple of places, which is quite, I think, has the potential to reduce the stakes around elections, the polarization, the sort of incredible hate speech that we see amongst candidates. So that's something that we might be able to put our resources behind. And then quickly, the last one, which I think we should spend more time thinking about, is this question of having some sort of mechanism to ensure that youth priorities and youth issues are heard around elections. And there's an interesting model from Kenya where they developed a youth manifesto where initially it was a consultation and they went out and they spoke to young people across the country and they got all their priorities, and that's, you know, a first step, fairly straightforward to do. But what they did then, which was really interesting, is they got all of the young candidates from every political party together, which wasn't easy. It took time. They had to build the trust. But they basically got them to agree amongst themselves a set of priorities based on these consultations. And each of them went back to their own political party then and got the party to endorse it and make it part of their electoral campaign. It became a platform, which meant that young people knew that really whoever was going to win the election was going to act on these issues. So I'm going to leave it there, but happy to have your thoughts on these over the coming days.
Thank you, Declan. I will go a little bit ahead with the program. Strictly speaking, I would use my double role here as talk about AI and ethics, but we did mention this morning, so I will skip this because there's nothing much more to add, except to say that this is not a new issue. It has been on the table and in books. I picked out of my bookcase the other day a book by Alvin Toffler, which was written back in 1980, and there was a quote in it when he's saying that it's a new revolution that's going to create completely new civilization. And he had a very interesting quote, and I will stop after this. He said, "Did we come here to laugh or to cry? Are we dying or are we being born?" And one more quote, again on the same subject. You've heard of Susanna Zuboff. She's done a lot of work on these things. One of her first books was In the Age of the Smart Machine, The Future of Work and Power. And the question that was posed to her back in the late 80s was very, very simple. Are we going to be working for a smart machine, or will we have smart people around the machine? Okay, so it's an old issue, the ethics, so I will stop here and I will ask for the youth hack to intervene here. Ken Zasifi.
Is it? Okay. Hello. Hi. My name is Kenza Sifi. I am Moroccan. I'm a student of international relations at Al University. Truly honored to address the Democracy and Culture Foundation today as an attempt to bridge the gap between theory and practice. I felt called out while reading the Phase 2 Stream B, and I would like to address some issues related to the building block. Biotechnology is a building block for democracy. It is undeniable that biotechnology holds transformational power, and it manifests, for example, in revolutionizing the agriculture sector, like developing crops withstanding droughts and saline soils and fortified minerals and vitamins, stuff like that. This scientific sector, being highly commercial, increases tensions in democratic countries, or liberal democratic countries to be more specific, and creates even higher problems for local communities and non-democratic ones. Local farmers are set to fulfill the demands of the global markets, and adding to existing vulnerabilities in the supply chains, and with climate change, those vulnerabilities increase. My recommendation is that the democratic governments have the capacity to create mediation between global corporate interests and local demands through, for example, the creation of centers that would help people survive market disruptions. Moving on to the technical nature of biotech, it is advanced in the Phase 2 as a really good justification for the sectarian choice of experts. Yet it does not include the perspectives influenced by the trickle-down effect of the policies implemented. This especially applies to the agricultural sector that we all heavily depend on. My last point is the implementation method is articulated with a stress test approach on citizens' assemblies. Ideally, democracy holds the human as the knowledge producer and the knowledge holder, rather than being subjected to a tolerance test coming from private sources for policies. It draws the line and creates more disparity. And that is why we need, again, third parties to be inclined toward local communities' well-being. By accessing real-time, open resources, raising awareness about their transparency, and never forgetting who is truly behind them. Thank you.
Now, Kenza is from the University of Morocco, and I will now call upon Mel Metis from the Franklin University of Switzerland for his second youth hack.
Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here and honored to be able to give constructive criticism about the implementation process of the building blocks, specifically with regard to where and how they are being executed. So firstly, the location of the roundtable discussions could be shifted to areas with more of a direct connection to the matter at hand. While some of the building blocks locations have been diversified from the predominantly Western established democracies, there is still a disconnect between roundtable discussions regarding issues that have a direct influence to the city or the country at large. For example, implementing panels regarding topics like ethnic divides in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, would be much more engaging for citizens who believe that their civil and social strifes are being heard at both a more personal and international scale. This could be done by leveraging local academics, local politicians, and just the general public at large, creating a much more inclusive environment, and an environment that I believe will align a lot with one of the core values of democracy being involving the whole population. My second point is that it would be very useful for the building blocks to gather citizens and experts together to exchange thoughts and to decipher the potential policies that will ultimately affect the public livelihood. These forums, while great in their nature, are ultimately void of this virtue and perceived as events that are only accessible to the privileged. Fostering a dialogue between citizens, policymakers, and the experts in this room could mirror the political system that was promoted by the ancient Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle, who both directly binded politics with ethics in theory, but if not in practice, creating a more trusting environment. A more trusting environment. Sorry. Unfortunately, this system has been tainted by a Machiavellian model, where our society is being ruled by more fear, and our governments are ruling in a sense that prioritizes more achieving goals that are being executed whether or not they're moral. This gives rise to a system, or this gives rise to conspiratorial tendencies without the opportunity for the public to engage and question the type of expert information we are receiving in this very room. Solutions to the dilemmas facing the attainment of a functional democracy will utterly be corrupted by outlandish theories and mistrust. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you, Maël. Now I'll open the floor now to questions. Please, you may address them to any of the speakers. And that's your opportunity now. Don't miss it. Please. Can we have the mic over here, please?
Thank you. My name is Jim Trengrove from Lake Jackson, Virginia. I wanted to ask about voting and mandatory voting, and it's a debate that we have in the States a little bit. And I know Australia has mandatory voting. Is there any evidence that mandatory voting encourages the citizens to be more aware of what the issues are, or do they just sort of check the boxes because they're obligated to? Are they more engaged as a result?
Yeah, I'm on the fence about mandatory voting. As I said, I'm not sure. I think you need certain preconditions there, and even if those exist, you do run into questions, I think, about sort of violation of liberties, and, you know, does it violate a citizen's right not to participate if they want to? I'm not going to deflect too much, but I'm wondering, Ian, since you're sitting right there and are Australian, in terms of how it's made a difference, if at all, in Australia, is there any evidence that it has increased awareness and participation?
So yes, compulsory voting. When you think about it, it's compulsory to turn up and get your name ticked off. It's not compulsory to actually write a number in. The problem that it solves is if you think about only 40% of the voters turning up at the ballot box, in the US, you've got to run candidates that are so extreme that they incite people to turn up. We don't have a get out the vote problem, so it results in less polarising candidates. So it's not about having more informed voters, it's about the nature of candidates who can win. If in America you have a middle road candidate, who's going to bother turning up either of the way? Australians, we've got to turn up anyway, so the incentives are different.
Any more questions?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Asenyanga Apollo. I'm Ugandan, and I'm studying at International Christian University in Japan. So my question is about the overall process of democracy, because I consider elections to be the biggest pillar of democracy. And from the presenters, from the start of the forum, you've been talking about democracy, but actually you've been talking about how to make elections maybe more inclusive, yet the actual fact is the elections themselves are lacking credibility among the citizens. For example, in Africa, or maybe in the country I come from, we hold elections, but they're all trashed because they are rigged, you know? So elections are made for formality, but then at the end of it all, the hopes of the people are just trashed because the president or the government just puts it off and then they consider what they already want to do. Because they want to stay in power, they just do it for formality for the international world to see that, yes, we held the elections, but literally, there's no democracy over there. So I keep questioning or wondering why we are thinking about maybe reducing the age limit to 15, which is, I feel, beating around the bush, because the real issue is how to actually make elections more effective, how to ensure that the Electoral Commission or maybe the president has no hand in the results of the elections. Once we address this, then we can try to touch these other issues that come up, like maybe reducing the age limit or something like that. But the main issue that needs to be addressed, or maybe that I would like to hear from this forum or from this Congress, is how can we ensure that the elections are neutral, that the president or the Electoral Commission actually has no hand in the elections. Thank you so much.
I mean, I can speak to that for a second if there's no other question immediately. I mean, look, I think you're absolutely right. And if I can take the continent of Africa as an example, I think nearly every country in Africa holds elections. The number of them that actually can be counted to be democracies is maybe half a dozen, if less. And the challenges to electoral integrity, the challenges to making sure that elections are a credible way for people to have a say in how they are governed and by whom, are numerous. And we could talk, I mean, come and find me separately, we could talk for hours about this. Even the question you raised about the independence and the impartiality, and beyond that, the competence and professionalism of electoral management bodies, which is central to this discussion, is only, again, one small part of the issue. The ones that I was talking about there are the issues that came up out of the consultations in Nairobi and Tel Aviv. So I was sort of restricting myself to the points that the people in those discussions had raised. But certainly, if you want to talk about the challenges to electoral integrity as a whole, worldwide, but also in Africa, yeah, I mean, we could go on for hours about that. And let's do that over the next couple of days, for sure. But don't take the specific points that I raised earlier as, that they're not silver bullets at all. There is no silver bullet when it comes to electoral integrity. There is a whole rake of reforms that need to be made to numerous institutions and the way voters and politicians act. So that is a much bigger discussion, but one I'm happy to have with you over the next couple of days.
Well, I'm afraid that we need to stop. There's a hand over there, or what? Oh, well, I'm sorry, but we're running out of time, so we'll allow one more question.
Thank you. My name is Manos Sakiris. I'm professor of psychology and neuroscience from the University of London. I do agree that electoral integrity is much more essential than the voting age, but I also think we need to address this question of voting age, and you said maybe 15. From my perspective, the question is why 15? So what's the criterion? Why not 12? Some people say 6 years old. So we need to think of it also in terms of how the brain develops, what are the cognitive capacities, and how we should approach this question. We're starting a big project to address this issue, how the political self develops in adolescence. But what's your view about the age? Why 15? Where should we actually put a dial?
I mean, 15, because that was what was suggested in the consultations. But I think you're right that we can't just pick a number out of the hat. And if you're going to look at something like changing the voting age, I think you can't do it in a vacuum. You have to consider, I mean, this doesn't just go, it's not just a question of age. I think this question of civic education and democratic values and ensuring that people understand what it means to be. Mr. Anand had a quote at one point that I'm going to probably misremember slightly, but it was basically that no one's born a good citizen or a good Democrat. You know, you have to learn that. And in places, if you can build that sort of education, that infrastructure that allows people from as early an age as possible to engage in public life and public decision-making and make informed decisions, then that's really what you need to look at. Picking a number out of the hat and just saying, okay, we're going to make it that and go for it, doesn't really make sense. You have to look at it, I think, in consideration of the rest of that society and community. And everything from local traditions to levels of education to the infrastructure that exists will come into that discussion. So the short answer is 15 because that's what I think some people in Nairobi suggested, and that's, why not? Let's start looking at that. But it's not something that you can just decide, I think, on the basis of a number. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll have to stop this here, and I want to thank the panel for being here, for answering the questions. Thank you very much. You're excused. Let me call now, we're going on to the this first initiative for us, Teens for Democracy, and I would like to call up to here. First of all, Dr. Khalil, who is the country representative for Greece of UNICEF. Theophani Koufonikolaou, who is the Deputy Ombudsman for Children's Rights in Greece. Both of them represent two organizations that have helped us to bring the teenagers here in Greece. Elena Makri, who is our general manager and will participate in the discussion. And the discussion is going to be moderated by two teenagers who were the first ones who approached us with the idea of giving voice, elevating the voice of teenagers, Ines Saltiel and Alexia Papageorgiou, whom you see sitting here. I will leave the podium now, except to say 2 words on what we're doing here. This, for us, is important. It has not been done before to have teenagers, and what you see here is simply the introduction. There are teenagers, there are more than 30 who will be arriving and are already here. They will participate. They'll do their teen hacks during ADF. They will have their own meetings, and they will present their own voices. For us, it is a question of developing a third conference, which would call Teens ADF. And we wanted to help this along by creating an interactive platform, which we will populate with our artificial intelligence tool, the Orbis, that we're developing with a consortium of other partners funded by the EU. So, over to you, young ladies.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexia Papageorgiou.
And I'm Ines Saltiel, and with us today is Dr. Khalil, UNICEF representative in Greece, Ms. Theophani Koufonikolaou, Deputy Ombudswoman for Children's Rights and former chair of the European Network of Ombudspersons for Children, and Elena Makri, the General Manager of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. Thank you very much for being here.
We are the co-founders of Teens for Democracy, an initiative aiming at increasing teenagers' participation. Under the auspices of the DCF, we are creating a space for youth to engage in deliberative democracy.
We are fighting for our voices to be heard on issues that impact our future through several of our own initiatives and the organization of the Teens Athens Democracy Forum. In a pilot of the Teens Athens Democracy Forum last year, teenagers from 8 different countries, united by our shared goal for our future, came together and discussed issues that we're passionate about. This was a pilot, an experiment, which led to the organization of this year's Teens Athens Democracy Forum, a manifestation of our vision and the vision of last year's participants.
This year's session is an effort to bridge the gap between policymakers and teenagers on the issues of climate change and rebuilding trust in institutions. Teenagers being brought by UNICEF and the European Network of Ombudspersons for Children have 2 days to discuss these issues, come up with proposals, and present them in the main session of the Athens Democracy Forum. On a similar note, in this panel, we will be discussing elevating teenagers' voices in the decision-making process.
Perfect. My first question is for Ms. Kofonokolakou. So another aim of the Teens for Democracy is the inclusion of teenagers in local governance. As the local governments are the most important and most influential organs of government that are closest to us, my question is that considering teenagers are portrayed as the most action-oriented generation, especially on the issue of climate change, I've conducted a research paper where I brought teenagers and council members together to discuss the topic of climate action. My results show that teenagers were able to shift the opinions of the council members on issues of climate action. So, Ms. Kofonokolakou, teenagers' inclusion in local governments would introduce a new target group for politicians, making their priorities change because of teenagers' inclusion. Do you think that the addition of teenagers can set off a butterfly effect that can foster positive change in climate action?
Well, first of all, congratulations on your research. It sounds very interesting, and if you'd like to share it, we'd be very glad to discuss about it. Second, well, you know, there are many requirements for the full implementation of Article 12 that can be discussed a little bit later. But the Ombudsman, I have to tell you, within the scope of the competencies of the independent authority, has intervened in several cases for the adoption of child rights impact assessment, both at a national level and local government level, for the implementation of Article 12, and for the establishment of youth council at a local government level. And we're trying to convince the state to adopt these procedures, but in a meaningful way. So that's the asterisk, that's the major requirement here, that we need to do it in a meaningful, non-tokenistic, superficial way that seems to be rather popular these days. So we've already succeeded regarding the establishment of the first National Committee for Young Advisors, alongside UNICEF, in fact, that will actually monitor the drafting and the implementation of all national action plans for children. We had a positive response from the Ministry of Justice there. And we've also intervened to the municipality of Athens and other municipalities as well, sharing the suggestions of our Young Advisory Board, because in the Ombudsman each year we set up a youth council and we consult with our children regarding the standards and requirements of a youth council. See what we did there? We first listened to children, and then we moved into sharing our recommendations with decision makers. So ENOC's recommendation, the European Networks of Ombudspersons for Children recommendations on climate justice, that was the topic, climate justice, and it is quite important. Among other areas, such as education, which is a major component, access to justice for these kind of violations, refer to consultations with children that are child-friendly, but engage mechanisms that are effective, and they also have ensured a variety of safeguards, such as time and resources. And I would add, furthermore, accountability. So this is another way of saying that not all initiatives are equally beneficial for children, I have to be honest with you. In order to ensure that, we have to align ourselves with specific requirement and provide safe space, appropriate education and empowerment, resources, and appropriate feedback. That means establish accountability mechanisms when someone does not answer, and come back to the young people's recommendations. I have to say something last. For example, we have a law 3443 of 2006 that is currently in force in Greece that provides for local youth councils. Did you know about that? We have a law that provides for local youth councils, but first, not all municipalities have complied with the provision, and second, even those who did have not in all cases applied procedures that ensure meaningful participation. If you meet once a year, and resources are not sufficient, and no feedback is provided regarding the recommendations, the results are not as positive as we would like. These are the discrepancies, or should I say the major gaps between law provisions and implementation. Therefore, of course, I think that local youth councils can play a paramount role in local governance, including climate change and climate justice issues, but only if they are respected and established in a coherent framework with standards of consultation.
Thank you very much, and hopefully someday we'll be able to move away from just youth councils and have teenagers be also voting and elected members in local governments. Alex.
So, Ms. Konkolakou talked to us about the scope of municipal councils. Dr. Khalil, how about international institutions? In 1992, UNICEF published the essay Children's Participation from Tokenism to Citizenship, which included Roger Hart's Ladder for Children's Participation. And this was a conceptual framework that laid down 8 stages of children's decision-making, the last one being participation, that is children-initiated rather than adult-initiated, and a shared role between adults and children in this process. 31 years after the publication of this model, do you think that it has been applied to international institutions such as UNICEF and their decision-making processes?
Yes. Thank you very much for the question, distinguished members of this panel, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor to be in this forum, and UNICEF is very privileged to contribute to such empowerment of young people first, but also contributing to stronger democratic practices in societies. We believe in UNICEF that child rights are the key foundation for democracy. And coming directly to your question, I would say 31 years ago, it was very much needed to empower children and young people with their right to participation. It is still very much needed today. Because 31 years are not really a long period if we take into account the centuries where when children were not recognized, their right to participation was not recognized. UNICEF as an international organization and many other international organizations is working very hard to make sure that the voice of children is heard in every single process, whether is it administrative, legislative, whatever affects the lives of children, the children's voice has to be heard. And this is the spirit of Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. But since you asked me whether it is still needed, I would say that more focus should be also placed on Articles 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 of the Convention, which are the right to form a thought, the right to privacy, 17, the right to information, including the right to be protected from harmful information. So these Articles 13 to 17, which constitute the empowerment dimension for young people to be able to exercise their right to participation. So Roger Hart's theory on the ladder, participation ladder, is very, very correct, very relevant, because we often deny children the right to participate, saying that they cannot decide, they cannot be the decision makers. So the ladder, participation ladder theory comes to say that listening is an active form of participation. Then, as Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child stipulates, the respect for the views of the child grows with age and maturity. And up to the point where children, young people, are part of every single decision made in the society. You mentioned the municipalities. This is where exactly effective decentralization policies should take children into account and should take their voices into account. So 31 years later, it is still very much needed globally, everywhere. Children have the right to be heard at all times. Children have the right to participate. Every child has the right to participate meaningfully in every process in the society. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is for Elena. So art transforms into a vessel for activism and political change. One of the Athens Democracy Forum speakers, Michael Nash, uses the medium of film to depict the profound impact of climate change on humanity. Theater, filmmaking, and art, with their inherent universality and their ability to convey emotions that can significantly shift someone's perspective, is crucial in the fight for against climate change and and anything in political discourse. So art brings pathos into the world of traditional political discussion and conversation. The Athens Democracy Forum stands out as it combines both culture and democracy. And at the same time, you've integrated teenagers into your leadership council. So Elena, do you think utilizing art and culture will further promote teenagers' inclusion in politics and civil engagement?
Thank you for the question, Ines. It's quite difficult, and I'm impressed by your question. I definitely agree with you. So far, at the Democracy and Culture Foundation, of course, we work in the nexus between democracy and culture. The Athens Democracy Forum started 11 years ago based on democratic issues. And we started Teens for Democracy, so far we include the teens in the democracy part. But now that you ask me this question, it comes to mind a recent report from the European Commission published in 2023, this year, where it establishes, it shows a clear positive correlation between citizens that participate in cultural activities and indicators of civic engagement. So, as you say, we have evidence, and probably scientific evidence. I haven't read all the report, but it's from international experience, that this is something important. And we started in the Democracy and Culture Foundation, Teens for Democracy, because you asked for it. So it was not something that came from the top down. It was not something that we conceived you conceived as teens, and then we heard you, and we try, really to put you into projects. So I really consider it, that we will do something. And I look at our president here, Achilles Saltas, that we need to do something for culture and teens.
Thank you very much, Elena. And now, both Ms. Koufonikolakou and Dr. Khalil, you mentioned Article 12 of the UN Convention for the Rights of the Child. And this right is not just a substantive, but also a procedural right that is extremely important, as you pointed out, for us to be able to participate. This article states that children are entitled to be actors in their own lives and be active members of the decisions that affect them. So how can children become active participants of governmental decisions and be able to actually contribute without being subject to the manipulation of adults that might be trying to promote their own agendas in policymaking? So this is directed.
That's a very good question indeed. First of all, Article 12 is inextricably linked with the other fundamental principles of the UNCRC as well. So we have to discuss it
It was great having you, and we hope that truly what we said today can be actually implemented into policy, and you can help us with that. Do we have any time for questions?
From the audience?
From the audience? Okay, we will be taking only one question from the audience. Sure. Hello.
Thank you. I wanted to bounce back on something that Ines said at the beginning of the panel to two of our speakers. So Ines mentioned the need to move away from having children and teens only in committees to having them in decision-making processes. And I couldn't agree more. I think too often we use children and teens in a type of youth washing situation instead of actually involving them. So I'm wondering what UNICEF and the ombudsman or woman or person are doing to actually involve them and not just have them, as kind of token. And second, I think you guys are going to spend the next couple of days discussing recommendations, right? Are you going to be pushing them forward? Are you taking them up? And what are you going to be doing with those recommendations to ensure that the teens are heard at the end of the day?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll cover one dimension, which is like children being rights holders. So that's why the title of the article or book you mentioned, From Tokenism to Participation. So children are the rights holders. They are empowered to participate meaningfully. So they are not used, and at the same time, they know their rights very well. Because rights start with knowing the rights, demanding the rights, and defending the rights. So this is where children will be able to express and to be part of every process without being used under tokenism. Sorry?
Will they be involved in the decision-making?
Absolutely, they should be involved in the decision-making. But we should not forget that Article 12 mentions also according to age and maturity. So as they are growing up, they contribute more and more to decision-making, but their right to be heard starts from the first minute. And their right to have a dialogue, constructive dialogue, to respect. So this is the process. And then all the mechanisms like youth councils and municipalities, etc., all these mechanisms ensure that children are heard and are part of every decision in the society.
Yes, of course. We set up youth councils every year. We work with children, we consult with children, we visit schools, more than 90, 100 per year. We interact, we discuss, we take the recommendations quite seriously. This year, they also work on the topic of enhancing independent child rights institutions. So they had a lot to say regarding our efficiency, our visibility, and our accessibility, and we were listening like humbly. And the second, of course, we're pushing. But if you want my opinion, we have to assess on whether we are loud enough in terms of actually escalating this kind of pressure to decision makers. So naming and shaming for independent authorities that do not have the right to impose sanctions is the only resort. So it only makes sense that we push a little bit more and we escalate our pressure more when it comes to public discussion. Extroversion, right?
Very much.
Okay,
Thank you for... I have a very brief just comment because maybe the audience doesn't know that there is a parallel session this year with teens. So the two organizations have brought teens from other places outside of Europe. And teens, we will have sessions on their own that they will deliberate. They will be, Theoni will be one of the facilitators. So children will not only discuss for the sake of discussion, talk the talk, but they will come up with concrete proposals and concrete recommendations that we'll present to the plenary on Friday. So this is part of our Teens for Democracy. They have a parallel Teens ADF, let's say.
Watch the presentation of the ideas as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very energetic session. Fantastic. And now it's time for lunch. So please make your way relatively quickly because you can continue your conversations over lunch in the golden room. If you continue along this hallway, it's the back to the left. We'll eat first, and then we'll have a
everybody. Good afternoon now. Can everyone hear me okay? Excuse me. A little more volume. Could I ask everybody to, sorry to interrupt your conversations.
There it is.
But we're going to be doing a panel discussion now. I promise you'll have plenty of time to continue your conversations. Can you hear me now? Okay. Shaky? Did we turn it up a little bit? No? It's tinny? I'll keep talking for a minute and hopefully they'll regulate it. That's better. So it's me again. I think most of you know who I am by now. I'm Kim Conniff-Tabor. I'm the editorial director of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. I am honored to be able to lead this keynote panel discussion today with three very distinguished guests. The reason we decided to do a panel at lunchtime on making democracies more resilient is because this is the theme of the day, it's the theme of the week, it's the theme of, dare I say, the decade and even the century. So we wanted to get some experts' opinions on how we can do just that, people who've been out there in the trenches, and it's their life's work. So I also, before we kind of launch into the panel, I wanted to make a little connection to our morning sessions. So our Building Blocks projects, which you've heard plenty about this morning, that have now gone to 11 cities. They've involved near 500 people in roundtables and consultations. All of that couldn't have happened without the support and partnerships of other like-minded organizations like Atlas, TIJ Academy, New Democracy, corporations like Microsoft. The list is very long, so I won't mention them all here. But that's very much our model at the Democracy and Culture Foundation. We buttress our own networks and knowledge with the reach and the expertise of our partners from the private sector, the public sector, and civil society. So for this session, we have three experts in their fields, as I said, or in several fields. In the case of actually all of them have had experience in several different fields. And so we want to know how they do it. How can the private, the public, and the civil sectors work together specifically with the goal of bolstering democracy, which, as we know, needs all the help it can get. So first, I would like to turn to Tom Brake. And just a little side note, we're going to be talking about public, private, et cetera partnerships, but also about just building coalitions and partnerships as a general principle. So Tom, who is now the director of Unlock Democracy, it's an organization that campaigns for democratic reforms in the UK, but he was also a Liberal Democrat MP for more than 20 years, and a government minister in a coalition government of Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. So I'm going to launch the same question to everyone, but then you can interpret it in your own way. What do you think are some of the first steps that are necessary in building coalitions that might help improve democracy? And if you could, wrap it in kind of a real-life example that actually had a positive outcome.
Thank you very much, Kim. So I think the first thing I'd like to do is just say that I'm hoping to demonstrate that all political careers don't end in failure by becoming director of Unlock Democracy, and I'm pleased that the organisation is growing. But in terms of building coalitions, I suppose the first thing is to work out whether the organisation that you are part of, whether everyone within that organisation is actually signed up to the idea that you are going to have a coalition with another organisation or other organisations. And the reason I say that is because the experience of my former party, the Liberal Democrats, working in coalition with the Conservatives was that whilst there was a very engaged process within the Liberal Democrats, which locked in Liberal Democrat members of Parliament, Liberal Democrat peers, and Liberal Democrat Party members to the idea there was going to be a coalition, the same process didn't happen within the Conservative Party. It was much more leadership-driven, which then led to very significant problems later on in the coalition where the larger coalition partner, the Conservatives, weren't able to abide by the rules that had been set out. So I think that is a starting point, just making sure that you as an organisation are fully subscribed to the idea of a coalition. And then there are lots of other things in terms of working in coalitions, clearly, and this is more about the civil society sector now, that there are different organisations that have different remits and can do different things. So we are an organisation which, although we are apolitical, we do campaign very aggressively politically on the issues that we believe in, but we have to work with partners who are based in the charity sector, and we have to find ways of working with them because they can't be as out there as we are. So those are just a couple of points, I think, about coalitions.
Yeah, and I think we'll dig deeper into them, but the importance of adaptation, being able to adapt to the partners, but also, and something we spoke briefly about at lunch, was the importance of being able to compromise as well if you're trying to build a coalition, which you were touching on earlier. I'm going to turn next. I'm going to sort of go not necessarily in order here because I want to turn to Kate Chaney, who is a federal member of Parliament for Curtin in Western Australia. She's the region's first female independent federal MP in the House of Representatives, and she's also part of a movement that you may have heard about, the Teal movement of around, I think it's around 25, you can correct me if I'm wrong, independents that were elected about a year and a half ago, coming from outside politics to enact change. So I imagine that to get to that place, it certainly required some reliance on different groups to get you there, not just one sort of constituency. And you've also done many other things. You worked for an airport management company, so I'd like you to talk a little bit about how you brought sort of that experience of working in other sectors and also building coalitions to get to the point you are.
Thanks very much. So the community independent movement in Australia really came from the parties polarising and leaving a gap in the middle. And so communities like mine actually put up their own candidate and said, we don't want to choose from what's on offer. We want someone who represents our values. And part of that was building coalitions through what was known as the kitchen table conversations model, which is really working around kitchen tables in people's homes to talk about what is it that we care about, what are our values as a community. And there's a wonderful Margaret Wheatley quote, there's no power for change as great as a community discovering what it cares about. And so we saw that, and we saw, and I had had nothing to do with politics 18 months ago, and was asked by this community group if I would run, and for 2 weeks thought I can't possibly do this, and ended up saying yes, and so had this amazing journey. But for me, what I learnt from that is asking questions is a big part of building coalitions, finding the things that you have in common, and then creating a positive vision for where that can take you, was probably what felt most novel about this movement, that it was very positive, very much based on an ability to believe that change was possible. And the 99.6% of Australians who were not a member of a major political party could actually put forward a candidate that they felt represented their values rather than choosing from what was on the menu.
And maybe just briefly, we'll get into it more later probably, but the fact that the system in Australia, because of the voting system which we referred to earlier, maybe you could just mention that a little bit, that may have allowed for that to happen, whereas in other countries it may not have been possible.
Yeah, definitely. And certainly if you're looking at resilience in democracies, part of it is structural. And so in Australia there's both compulsory voting and also preferential voting or ranked choice voting. So compulsory voting means everyone has to turn up, so you don't have the battle of actually getting people to turn up. It can have a moderating influence, and there's probably some question about that, but I think broadly you'd say that the parties end up closer to the middle as a result of having to appeal to everyone, not just those who are attracted to the extremes. And then preferential voting means you order the candidates in order of preference. So there's no such thing as a wasted vote. So if you take a chance and vote on a community candidate number one, if they're not in the final two, your vote will go to whoever you've put next in your list. So you know that your vote has contributed to the preferred candidate. And those two structural elements probably did make it more likely that this model could emerge. And It's not as many as 25. Of 151, there are 13 who are not aligned to a party now, but that's the biggest crossbench in the country's history.
Yeah, it's fascinating, especially coming from, well, I live in France, but I was raised in the US, and coming from a US context, it's very different from the way things operate in the US, as you all know. Ginny, speaking of the US, fellow American, Ginny leads the Democracy Forward initiative at Microsoft, which I know you'll tell us about some of the specifics of what that does, but it's part of the corporate and social responsibility, working against cyber threats, combating disinformation, and you also in the past have worked on tech, but to help political campaigns. So you've kind of been, straddling politics and tech for quite some time. So I want to put the same question to you, but maybe in a slightly different way. So some of the first steps you think are necessary in building coalitions, but specifically, what role does the business community have to play? And do you consider it an obligation or more of a responsibility? You said you get this question all the time. I know that you do, but I have to do my part and ask it.
No, absolutely. So, I mean, in order to build coalitions around democracy, I think one fundamental thing is you have to agree on what you're trying to accomplish. You may have challenges in how you get there, and you may have differences of opinion, but you have to know what you're trying to accomplish. And I was really struck by a comment this morning from, I believe, a student who was talking about the importance of the elections actually being legitimate, right? If you don't have legitimate elections, then all these other reforms sound great, but in the end it's for nothing because your actual electoral process needs to be sound. But the tricky thing about having trust in elections is it can be undermined regardless of the truth. And so while I recognize that he was referencing some very legitimately rigged elections where the results were not accurate and did not represent the people, there are a lot of elections, including those in the US, that are actually run responsibly and have a responsible process, chain of custody, and are accurate results. And yet there are people who still do not trust them. And that's where sort of the other aspect of the work that we do comes in, which is this idea of the information ecosystem. And how do we have a place where we can have an open dialogue, share our opinions, not restrict speech, but also have an environment that's healthy. And what does that really depend on? That depends on an informed citizenry, which is why I love the sort of reference to resilience here, because we think a lot about resilience in the work we do as well, which is what is Microsoft's obligation or role when it comes to helping a more resilient society. One way that we think about it, we try and use sort of historical examples of where have we had success with these things in the past and how can we use that as a model for, again, our role and how we might be involved in the future. An example I'd like to use when we think about the information ecosystem is spam. Because there was a moment where spam was everywhere and it felt like it was uncontrollable and it felt like it was something that none of us could really resolve. Now, some of you are too young to remember this. Many of you are going to be familiar with it. And so trust me, if you're too young, spam was a real problem at one point. And people were sending money to princes and emptying their bank accounts when they thought that their neighbor was in trouble. And a lot of that was looking to be problematic and something that we would never resolve as a society. But through what I would say a sort of multi-stakeholder approach, which is what we're talking about here, the combination of government and private sector and civil society, we actually did kind of get our arms around it. Doesn't mean that spam doesn't exist anymore. No, of course it's still out there. But there were interventions in different places where each institution had a role to play. So for example, there were laws that were passed all over the world that said that certain behaviors were illegal. And if you enacted a certain behavior, you would be found liable. And so there was a government approach around policies that did create some sort of boundaries. There was, in the case of the private sector, there were technology solutions. We were able to figure out what was likely spam and put it into a spam inbox so that you were less likely to encounter it when you were engaged with your email. But there was also sort of a societal response piece to it, which was we all learned not to click that link unless we hovered over it first. And we all learned that the likelihood that my neighbor was asking for my money when I just saw them watering their yard a minute ago, and they're not abroad and needing this money, like that is a societal response. And there were a lot of people that contributed to that. Employees, I'm sure many of you who work at a company, you have to do trainings, probably you think too many of them, where you have to learn and you're taught by your employer what not to do because they're protecting their corporate assets, right? But there's also education campaigns in schools. So creating a resilient society around the information ecosystem is attainable, but it does require sort of this multi-stakeholder response where not one entity is responsible, but we all have intervention points. So that's an example of a coalition building, but I think it's one that we can also kind of go towards as we think about trust and we think about the information environment. To the responsibility or obligation question, maybe I sort of have answered it just by the fact that Microsoft has a team that is focused on democracy, and my entire job is to think about Microsoft's role and how we support and protect democracies. But the question we often get is, why would you do that? What's the sales angle? You know, how do you get more cloud consumption? You're selling to governments, aren't you? That's what people skeptically and understandably will ask. And there are a few good reasons for it, but I'll start with the business case because that's, I think, the most convincing. Democracy is good for business. Businesses thrive in an environment where innovation and rule of law are in place. And you can be innovative and you can trust the laws of a country in a democracy, in a stable democracy. And so that is important for us as a company. When we're looking where we want to place our investments, we do look to places where the rule of law is in place. And that is where we're most likely to put our biggest bets. Doesn't mean we don't engage in the rest of the world. Of course we do. We're a global company. We want to empower everyone on the planet to achieve more. But we do place probably our bigger bets in places where we know that there is a stable rule of law and where we're likely to have more benefit from it. And then there is, of course, the old adage, it's also the right thing to do. We do come from an angle of, it's sort of corporate social responsibility, though the team that I'm a part of is actually around how do we enhance and support people's fundamental rights. And so that includes some of my peers are focusing every day on human rights and what is Microsoft's role there, or accessibility, how do you make sure that people have access to technology regardless of disabilities. And so it's really about how do we ensure that our customers have access to technology and that we're doing our best to make that accessible to them.
Just to roll it back a little bit to the question of partnerships. There's the question of trust, I'm sure, that comes up when you, as a corporation, and people bringing up, okay, you're just trying to make money, et cetera. How do you get over that skepticism of people who just say, I don't want to trust, I don't want to build a partnership with you. I don't mean people, but organizations, we don't want to build a partnership with you. Why should we trust you? You're Microsoft, or put another tech company in that space. Sure. It may be even harder for some of the other ones.
Well, not everyone does. I mean, not everyone wants to partner with us all the time, and that's fine. What we do is we look for, again, the idea of a common goal. We look for civil society partners and governments who are trying to achieve something similar. And over time, I think trust is earned. Walking in with a check is not sufficient, right? Like, we have to walk in and show that we have receipts and we have the credentials.
Process.
Yeah, so I think it's longevity and trust is built over time.
Tom has a comment on that.
I think in political terms, building trust is essential if you are trying to put together a coalition. And I reflect on the point in recent UK political history where a number of political parties, I think we reached 7 at one point, were campaigning for a people's vote or a second referendum in the country. And the reason that coalition worked is partly because of the very high degree of trust within the 7 political parties, because frankly, the views that some of the MPs in other parties were sharing about MPs in their own party, who had a different view on Brexit to them, had the traffic on the WhatsApp group that we were all part of, the 7 parties were part of, ever got out into the press, that would have been catastrophic. But the fact is that campaign ran for 18 months, and such was the degree of trust within the different political parties represented that information never leaked. Unfortunately, we didn't actually win the campaign, but that's another matter.
So, building, again, going back to the question of trust, but also there's going to be stumbling blocks. Inevitably, there are going to be fundamental disagreements, pro-Brexit, how do you get over those stumbling blocks when organizations just don't see eye to eye? This is to Tom or any of you, actually.
Well, I think you can, first of all, often I think a stumbling block is around the messaging that you're using, where parties can't agree to it. And I think often what you need to settle that is to have some perhaps independent assessment of whether the messaging is being effective. And a very good example of that in the democracy sector is that whilst I think many organisations in civil society think that democracy in different parts of the world, in the UK, which I know best, is broken, that is not a message that we ever use because the public don't perceive it that way. The public perceive politics as being broken, not democracy. So making sure that we have the right messaging. But one other point, which is slightly off the question you've asked me, is really, and this came up in the earlier sessions, is how effective are we as coalitions in actually convincing the public that the democratic issues that we are campaigning on are significant. And unfortunately, I think often we fail what is probably the basic test.
And how do you bring the, I mean, do you have ideas or strategies? And Kate, you've been very successful in bringing the public around, or maybe it's because it's the other way around. It's the public that came to you and the community who came to you and said, you know, we need people like you to join the fight and kind of change democracy from the inside out.
Yeah, I think definitely transparency and accountability are a big part of it. And there has been some outsider benefit too, in that, you know, I'm not there with a legacy to defend or decisions of a party that were made before my time that you then can't go against. So being in a position where you can go in and just say, this doesn't make any sense and communities deserve better on transparency and accountability, does build that trust and does, you know, then hold the major parties accountable. So we're finding that even though we don't hold the balance of power, this expanded crossbench of people who have generally all had success in other lives outside politics and are coming in as newcomers, are able to influence the conversation and say, this is not okay. And everyone who's in this game, who's been doing it like this forever, thinks it's okay, but people in the pub don't think this is okay. So I think raising that accountability and transparency has been a big part of building that trust. And you know, change happens at the speed of trust. And if you don't see that trust growing, nothing can happen. So bringing some fresh approaches to that, I think, has been useful in Australia.
I love the kitchen table metaphor. And I think all of us understand what that is as a concept, but I'm curious how it works in reality, kind of on the ground. And do those conversations, have they continued throughout this year and a half since you've been in office?
So the kitchen table conversation model was actually started 20 years ago in Australia and was used in the first independence campaign, Cathy McGowan, in a rural area. And then parts of it were used to progress through this recent wave of you know, greater independence. I mean, I spent a lot of time during the campaign in people's houses, talking to 20 of their friends and listening to them. What do you think matters? What do you care about? And that really informed, you know, my position. We've continued not so much in houses, but with different engagement tools. So I will do submissions on bits of legislation or inquiries that are built out of workshops that we've held, a bit like what we heard this morning on disability services or the Integrity Commission or housing or the wellbeing economy and what it is that we should be measuring about what matters to people. And so we're sort of crowdsourcing those, and it is two-way information sharing. Part of it is bringing people in and saying this is what's happening, and also trusting that there is wisdom in communities and there are the ideas there, and showing people that they can engage in the political process, that someone does listen to them, and that gets fed into an actual process, really builds that trust and builds that sense that democracy belongs to all of us. It isn't something that someone else has to deal with. You know, we have a responsibility for it.
And I think also the importance of realizing that going from kitchen table to kitchen table, it is a beautiful metaphor, but that's also only going to touch a very small percentage of the people, right? So there are also, you know, digital engagement mechanisms And perhaps in the information space, I know that Microsoft has been working on disinformation and information campaigns. So maybe you can talk a little bit more about how that fits into your work to make democracies more resilient through information and anti-disinformation.
Well, one thing that I was thinking about as you were talking about kitchen tables and kitchen table issues. And you notice there are a couple of panels throughout today or through this week's sessions that are talking about AI. And what has changed? You know, in the session before, it was mentioned it's not like this is a new technology. It's not like threats about ethics and AI haven't come up before. Why is now a moment that we are all of a sudden talking about AI in this environment? And it's because people are using it. It's because consumers, everyday citizens, is a technology they can now understand and they can feel, and they're asking questions. And so there's really, truly something to be said about the power of the people, that when they start paying attention to something, it moves governments, it moves companies, and it moves conversations like the ones that we're having over the next few days. Just wait till people start learning about quantum. This conference will be all about quantum in several years, but right now it's about AI, and that's appropriate. I actually have hope when we think of challenges that are ahead of us. I have hope around coalition building that we'll get to a place where we actually do come up with some regulatory consensus around how we're going to regulate AI. And a large part of that speed of it actually coming about and people having this conversation now is because people care about it and they're asking questions. Now, are they asking about the regulatory environment? Maybe not directly, but they're asking questions about, well, what's going to happen if I get a phone call and it sounds like my grandchild, but I've heard that there's this technology out there that can manipulate and make it sound like my grandchild and it's not actually, and how am I going to know? So they care at a very personal level about what's going to happen. And that's where one of the things that we've been working on a lot has been, as we have seen deepfakes emerging, this is obviously a tech that we've known as possible and many in this room have known as possible and in fact exists for a long time. We spent a lot of time in Microsoft with our research teams focused on how can you build like a deepfake detector, because we were like, that's what we're all going to want at some point, is the ability to run a video through and say true or false. And that sounds great. What most of the researchers say is there are moments in time where you'll have a pretty strong detector. I think right now the detection is out ahead of the technology that's being used to deceive, but it will be an arms race, and we'll be consistently creating better technology to deceive, creating better detectors, on and on. And so you'll get to a point in the future where you just don't know where you are in that cycle. And because you don't know where you are in that cycle, you don't know if you can trust the detection mechanisms. So what Microsoft and Adobe and TruePic and a lot of a coalition of tech companies primarily, and some media, BBC and others joined us, we started thinking about what does it mean to look at the authenticity of an image or a video and where it originally came from. And can we maybe start from that point to build out trust and to see that it's been manipulated? And so there are these standards out there right now that anyone can apply called content provenance standards, which we have started applying as a company to all of the generative AI created videos and images that come off of our platform. So if you go to Bing Image Creator, which I know you all are doing on a constant basis, if you go to Bing Image Creator, which is partnered with DALL-E, and you ask for a visual of people sitting in a conference about democracy, and you get 4 little images, they're all going to have this cryptographically created watermark that's going to tell you that that was generated by generative AI. And if you attempt to take that image and move it somewhere else, it will stay with it throughout its life cycle. And so that way you'll always have that transparency. Now the next point, and I'll stop talking, I promise. The next point is we need to get consumers aware of that and asking for it. There was conversation earlier on the building blocks panel about transparency and labeling. Transparency and labeling is great if people know to ask for the label or know what it means. And so we still have a lot of work to do from an education perspective, but this is one of those good news stories where there's actually some solutions in place. It's more of an education piece at this point.
I just wanted to ask Ginny whether there isn't a need, however, for the tech companies to perhaps put the brakes on, because the fact is that the regulators and governments are never going to be able to keep up to speed with what the sector is doing. And if the sector is releasing things before regulators have had a chance to say anything about it, then we're missing the boat. And a good example of that is in the UK, where the government are currently encouraging retailers to use face detection technology in stores to deal with shoplifting, where really the degree of control, the accuracy of the technology is not very good and could have severe consequences. So what role is the tech sector going to play in actually waiting for government and regulators to give them a chance to regulate some of the technology that is coming out?
I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I'm with you on the importance of regulation. And the approach we've taken, and a lot of other tech companies have as well, is fast education for lawmakers. This is different than I think what we've seen in the evolution of other technologies, where I think you saw less of an interest in going to the lawmakers and explaining the tech. We're also out there very publicly with recommendations and frameworks and open to conversations. Our boss, Brad Smith, who is president of Microsoft, testified in front of the Senate in the US last week on this, maybe 2 weeks ago, on this very issue. We are open to having these conversations. We're laying out frameworks. We will make adjustments as we see. The challenge about breaking and stopping is, first, it's very challenging to do that internationally, globally, right? And so we have to consider the scale and the pace at which others are developing this technology as well, and keep in mind that we want to have Western-aligned, similar values companies and countries who are leading on a lot of this technology. I think there's value in at least being on par. And so we probably don't want to put the restrictions on just one segment, knowing that other segments won't follow. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing it responsibly and in coordination and conversation with governments and lawmakers, because we absolutely think that this should be regulated.
So I want to take it back a little bit to the partnerships element, but we only have a few minutes, so I want to see first, kind of canvass the room. Does anybody have a question for our esteemed panelists? Because we're going to have lots of time to talk about AI, ethics, etc. So maybe steer it in the other direction, more towards the partnerships, coalition building, etc. If there's any questions on that, and gentleman over here. Sorry.
Brett over there.
Oh, sorry. Was there somebody already has it? Sorry. Go ahead.
In the wake of the insurrection on January 6th, a number of companies indicated, along with Microsoft, that they were pledging not to give any more political contributions to the 147 members of Congress at that time that had voted not to certify the election results. Increasingly, shareholders are imposing upon corporations these sorts of values that they want to see reflected in that corporate citizenship. I was wondering, from Microsoft's perspective, how far does the corporate values go when it comes time for actively supporting political candidates? And does Microsoft leverage any of its business connections to make certain that the people they do business with are also aligned with those values?
Yes, it's a great question. And you're right, after January 6th, our PAC, which is of course not, and I think this is helpful for a non-American audience who doesn't necessarily understand how the funding mechanisms work in the US. Just quickly, we have a voluntary employee political action committee where employees who choose to can contribute to it. It's not corporate money that goes into the political system, but it is an interest of and supporting Microsoft's political perspective and needs. And so we do have funds that employees give voluntarily that we decided to no longer give to those who had voted against January 6th. And we do continue to get a lot of questions about where and how we further where and how we use our relationships with our vendors and our supporters to support things that we have said that we definitively have as a value. The first key is transparency. So we are, going back to the way that our PAC operates, when we make contributions to candidates, we have a series of principles as far as what it is that we are, why we are making contributions to any candidates, and then we show how this particular candidate aligns to that principle. We also have a committee of employees who can raise their hand and object if they think that one of the members that we're proposing giving funds to violates any of our other values that we've talked about, and we will review that. The PAC committee will review that and make a decision. And we're transparent with all of our employees, not just those who give to the PAC, about each and every single one of those gifts. So transparency is fundamental and important. We also work closely with our shareholders when they raise objections, and we'll go through a review process. I think the best example is when we've advocated. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry. No,
we can talk more about it outside.
But yes, continue that outside.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. But I just want to make sure that we have a chance for one more question, for maybe directed more towards either Kate or Tom, or a general that anybody from the panel can answer. This gentleman over here.
Yes, hello, Brett Hennig from the Consultation Foundation. I just wanted to push back a bit against the idea that every successful collaboration actually has an agreed goal at the end, because I think there's a very important example in the UK of the Democracy Network, where this Democracy Network saw that the democracy sector in the UK was very sort of divided, and came together and said, let's try to, we all agree on the problem. We all have a different solution that we promote, actually, but we can all agree on the problem. And I think what was more important was that they shared values. And so this organisation, this network came together, and Tom has mentioned some of the work that came out of that, where they, and we'll hear from Electoral Reform Society, funded some of this research. We all came together to start talking about the problems with democracy in the same kind of language, in the same kind of framing, and this important thing about talking about politics being broken and not democracy being broken. And you never mention random selection. You always say selection by lottery, because it uploads different kinds of things to people's minds. And so that idea of actually talking in the same frame reinforces every group in that network's message. And we also found out if someone agrees with one reform message, they often agree with a second reform message. And so that collaboration across a shared values network was really, I think, a really successful example.
So it's not a question.
Not really, it's more a comment.
Okay,
Thanks.
Okay, just making that clear. Okay, our time is up, but I do want to hear very quickly, I know there's one question in the back. We'll take it, but quickly, and then I want to hear, after this question, I want you guys to get ready, and just one sentence point of one piece of advice that you would give to a politician, organization, whatever, wanting to build coalitions, but with this precise goal of, democratic resilience. So, question in the back, I think it's Namatai, if I can see correctly. I think we have a problem with the mic.
Okay. Thank you. So my question basically is about tech diplomacy, and particularly Afro-focused tech diplomacy. I think most of the times when we have conversations about tech and how it is changing and impacting the world, it's often had in the context of the global north and Western countries, and it's quite understandable. Most of the innovations are happening in this side of the world, but it is also affecting African societies. So my question to the panelists is, given the context of when we talk about regulation, we talk about policies and laws, there is actually a greater policy and regulation vacuum in African countries, where some of these platforms are also being deployed and in ways that are sometimes retrogressive to democracies. So what are you as companies actually doing? Do companies then say, because the laws in certain African states are very lax, so we will maximize on profits, because basically nothing holds us to account? Or what basically is the position of these companies, especially when they are entering a terrain where there's very minimum regulation and most of those laws are very poorly formulated? Thank you.
Given that I've talked a lot, I think we're running out of time. Perhaps we can talk more about that out in the hallway, but I will say I agree with your sentiment, and I'll just end it at that.
But I think just one point which came up in a session first thing this morning is that clearly businesses, particularly those that are multinationals and are global corporations, then they can, they should adopt standards that apply across the board. So that should benefit everybody globally. And just on the question of the involvement of business, it's worth knowing that a recent poll in the UK said that the UK population want the donation to businesses, a majority of them, of no more than £5,000 per year. That is what they expect businesses to be contributing to political campaigns, £5,000 a year.
Wow, fascinating. Okay, quickly, one sentence each. Piece of advice on building coalitions. One sentence.
I would say just listen and find the common values is the point there. That we'll leave it there. Listen.
I was going to say listen, but also say stay curious.
Stay curious.
Go into it with your eyes open, because there could be unintended consequences.
And on that note, thank you so much to our panelists. And we will, I know some of you are still eating dessert, but as quickly as possible, we'll move back into the main room. And we have a surprise award, surprise recipients that you'll all be hearing about in a few minutes. So please meet us back in the other party.
Welcome back, everybody. Please take your seats because we need to get started again. I'm very pleased to be introducing Amazine Khalifa, who was actually one of our speakers last year, and I think that had a small something to do with her new job as the executive director of Apolitical Academy and Apolitical Foundation. So
thank you,
I'm going
Kim.
to leave it to you, and she's going to be revealing a new Hall of Fame. So please listen up.
Thank you and welcome all. I'm very happy to see you. As Kim said, I am the Executive Director of Apolitical Academy Global at the Apolitical Foundation, and actually met my boss here last year and joined January. So ADF is very important for me. And besides being the Executive Director of Apolitical Academy Global at the Apolitical Foundation, I'm also the daughter of a political activist who got imprisoned for his ideas in the late 70s in Tunisia when we had an authoritarian regime. I am also a citizen who awakened for her political rights 13 years ago when the Tunisian revolution started. And I decided that it was time for me and for citizens to just roll up our sleeves and to start working to build the new democracy from within the system as politicians, not waiting for anyone to do it for us and save us, but becoming the ones we have been waiting for. I became a politician, and I discovered firsthand how difficult it is when you are an idealist to run for office, because you put your life at risk. And when you're serious about bringing change, real change, you can receive attacks, threats, harassment, and sometimes physical violence. Like in the gangster movies, your family becomes a possible target, and your private life becomes public and can be used against you, to discredit you, but especially to dismiss the ideas and the ideals you are fighting for. At the Apolitical Foundation, we love politicians, and we understand their challenges. We know their role is crucial to protect democracy, but also serve the people and preserve the planet. We believe that thriving politicians means thriving societies. So for all these reasons and more, I am beyond thrilled to be here today in front of you and announce the recipients of the inaugural Democratic Innovators of the 21st Century. This is the first Hall of Fame that, in association with the Democracy and Culture Foundation and here at the Athens Democracy Forum, we are presenting to you. This award is a prestigious prize, and we want to celebrate remarkable women and men who have dedicated their lives to advancing democracy in the world. 10 extraordinary individuals who come from diverse backgrounds, perspectives, and regions. Yet, they share a common dedication to giving citizens meaningful power in shaping their societies. They use ways that go beyond the existing mechanisms of voting or participating in consultations. They have tirelessly worked to ensure that the ideals of liberty, equality, and justice are upheld. They have not only embraced change, but have also led the way in redefining how we engage with democracy. In an era marked by change, uncertainty, complexity, and threats to democracy, these visionary leaders have shown us that democracy is not a static concept, but a dynamic force that can be adapted and revitalized. They have breathed new life into existing democratic tools and pioneered innovative initiatives that offer people a space to voice their concern, agree on priorities, but also work together and find solutions, and take part in shaping decisions that affect their lives. These are women and men who have reimagined political systems, who have introduced technology to amplify voices, who have fostered inclusivity in traditionally exclusive spaces, and who have tirelessly advocated for transparency and accountability. Their collective work has brought us closer to the ideals of democracy that truly serves its people and puts them at the heart of developing better policies. Let us now recognize and celebrate these extraordinary politicians, democratic innovators of the 21st century. For introducing the first national participatory budget at the national level in the world, former Minister of Culture of Portugal, Graça Fonseca. For fostering technology and innovation to harness citizens' collective intelligence and face the pandemic together, Minister of Digital Affairs of Taiwan, Audrey Tang. She championed the establishment of a citizen assembly as a means of addressing very intricate issues. One of them is the country's long-standing ban on access to abortion. Former Minister of Social Protection of Ireland, John Burton. For introducing 3 things for Calgary, an invocation to every citizen to do 3 things for their city and share them with one another. Former Mayor of Calgary in Canada, Naheed Nenshi. For introducing permanent deliberative committees, the first mixed committees comprised of randomly selected citizens and members of parliament, former president of Brussels Francophone Parliament in Belgium, Magali Plouvy. For launching the £1 million campaign to fight obesity in the city of Oklahoma. This campaign was the starting point of the city's transformation, shifting focus from a city designed around cars to a city designed around people. Former Mayor of Oklahoma City in the United States, Mick Cornett. For bringing public administration closer to the people, she created the first Ministry of Citizen Participation in Nuevo León in Mexico. And she is working to mainstream participation and people's incidence in public policy. Secretary of Citizen Participation, State Government of Nuevo León in Mexico, Jimena Peredo. He has successfully advocated and pioneered the implementation of participatory mechanisms for decision-making at a national and local level in Peru. Former Metropolitan City Councilor of the Government of Lima, Carlo Angeles. For introducing Camp Bratislava, a 4-day festival dedicated to engaging young people in the improvement of their city and introducing them to local politics. Mayor of Bratislava, Slovakia, Matus Valo. Last but not least, for her participatory leadership that goes back to first principles of democracy and allows communities to find what they care about, she believed that there is wisdom in communities. Kate Cheney, member of the Australian House of Representatives for Curtin. Please join us to welcome Kate Cheney and Jimena Peredo on stage. Congratulations to you and all the recipients. Shall we go over there? Or here, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to say some words? We have just 1 minute.
Thanks. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Political Foundation, as well as thank you to the Democracy and Culture Foundation for this acknowledgement. And this is on behalf of my incredible team in Nuevo León, the Secretary of Participatory Citizen. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much from me too to the Apolitical. And I would just like to accept this on behalf of the 20,000 volunteers in Australia who supported community candidates in the last election. It's really about them and not me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We love our work. Thanks. Thank you all. Thank you for bringing us hope. We believe that this is only the first inaugural Democratic Innovators of the 21st Century Politicians Hall of Fame. And hopefully we see you next year for the next cohort of politicians that we would like to honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Almazine. Well, and thank you, and yes, indeed, this is an annual feature. We look forward to working with you throughout the year and having a new Hall of Fame next year and every year after that. So now we come to two of the new initiatives that I mentioned this morning. The first one being the Permanent Citizens Assembly. For that, I'm going to call on Calypso Nicolaidis, who's the Chair of Global Affairs at the European University Institute. And then after Calypso and her team talk to us about this very new project that we're embracing and we're launching with the Athens Democracy Forum, the second one is the nexus of climate and democracy that we talked quite a lot about, and in fact, in a lot of citizens' assemblies, the topic of climate is of paramount importance. And, you know, inevitably, there will be a clash between democracy and climate that needs to be resolved. Maybe citizens' assemblies will help us to resolve that clash. So for that, Roberta Baskin is going to report on what we did yesterday, because it was two special sessions that took place in Athens yesterday. So let's hear it from Calypso and then Roberta.
Hello, everyone. Indeed, we, as a team, are here to share with you really an adventure, a journey, and a journey that we have very much shared with the Democracy and Culture Foundation, helped by our friends at the Berggruen Foundation, and many other colleagues. And as you will see in a minute, this adventure has a name. It's called the Democratic Odyssey. Indeed, it's an odyssey because it's an odyssey that started many months ago as we are preparing the ships to launch the flotilla of all those who want to be in this adventure, this dream with us together. But the flotilla really took off yesterday in a very, very special moment. And indeed, to convey perhaps the message for today is, I think this morning, we heard the questions, the tension in our conversation about democratic innovation. We heard Ian, we heard Han, we heard the teen hack, who are going to come back in a moment, all speak about democratic citizen engagement, following on Anthony's really presentation of the building blocks. We all believe in citizen engagement, don't we? And then Colombe, reality check, well, people don't care. Really, Colombe? Well, maybe they do, but the conditions have to be right. The message, show, don't tell. The message is, for economics, demand, supply, supply creates demand. In other terms, as Kevin Costner would say, if you build it, they will come. So the spirit of the Democratic Odyssey is to build it. And we started building it, building our Citizens Assembly yesterday. This is a picture from yesterday, and this is our website on the PNICA, which, as you all know, of course, since you're here, was the place where, for 200 years, the Athenians met as the ecclesia, maybe 5,000, 10,000 people, we're not quite sure, to decide every week on city affairs. They stopped exactly 2,301 years ago, and yesterday was the first time that a citizens' assembly proper took place on this very spot. Well, Obama had spoken before, but it wasn't quite a citizen assembly on that spot. So it gives you the goosebumps. It gave us goosebumps. It was kind of intense. And this was a launch moment. So we want to tell you a bit more about what this project is all about. And in order to do that, we have my three colleagues here. Jamie McKay, who is the project manager of the Democratic Odyssey at the EUI. We have Niccolò Milanese, who heads European Alternatives, one of the very important partner in this adventure. And we have Camille Dauber, who is from Mission Publique and Participe Action, who many of you know has been one of the major company facilitator of the Conference on the Future of Europe, bringing with it 25 years of experience in the field. And Camille, you can see her right there. What do you do there, Camille? You have a piece of paper on the picture. She was facilitating yesterday at the PNICA. And then we have the members of our team who are kind of around, and I'd like to ask the members of our team to kind of get up for a moment so that you all kind of know them. And indeed, members of our team, you will be spread around the tables in about 10 minutes so that you can hear. We will open up for a little while for short conversations. So you're ready to go. Right, and on these words, we will have Jamie start, perhaps telling us something overall about the project and what the idea of transnational citizen assembly means.
Thank you, Calypso. Everyone can hear me. I'll do this. So yeah, indeed, let's start off from this idea of one of the things that I think is hopefully present within our name, our chosen name for the project, the Democratic Odyssey. And this is intrinsically linked to our ideas of journeys, to something epic, something with a rather large geography to it. And this is an imaginative dimension of the project that's very important, but it also links quite concretely to something that's, if not unique, then certainly a key aspect that we want to flag in our assembly process that we're developing. I imagine that many people around the room, when they think of citizens' assemblies, are imagining the many examples that we could point to at local, municipal, and occasionally national level. Achilles, indeed, was alluding earlier to climate assemblies across the EU. We've seen over 70 of these at a local level in the past 5 years alone. Yet there is a kind of burgeoning, slowly developing infrastructure of participatory mechanisms at transnational level, including at EU level. So we can point to things like the Committee of the Regions linked together participatory budgeting mechanisms. We can look to many examples like the European Citizens Initiative, which is bringing people together to give citizens a greater voice in shaping the political agenda at Europe. The greatest example, which indeed Camille knows very well, was the Conference on the Future of Europe. And the embeddedness of particularly of the transnational European citizens panels, which brought together by random selection citizens from the member states to deliberate on 4 panels around particular topics. This is kind of an important part of the genesis of our project, which came out of paying very close attention to what the EU was already doing at an institutional level to give greater space for citizens to deliberate and a space adjacent to assemblies of the kind that we're interested in. So we looked at the Conference of Europe as a sort of, from the position of critical friends, as a group of academics, civil society, journalists, artists, some friends in the institutions as well, with a vision of embarking outwards on this democratic odyssey to try and look at how this might be developed into the future. In a sense, the Conference on the Future of Europe planted the seeds of something. We can see the potential, and yet it was something that happened in a certain circumvented manner, to some degree because of the coronavirus pandemic, which disrupted the organization, but there are other reasons too. So a key part of the Democratic Odyssey the first thing that we should say is after this wonderful event that we had yesterday on the Pnyx, this is the beginning of a 12-month journey that will take us towards our first full transnational assembly, which will take place here in Athens in September of 2024. But one of the key dimensions to this is going to be building a larger public conversation and a collective education process about the mechanisms by which citizens can engage in a manner that is not purely to do with representative democracy. There's a campaigning, arts, media dimension to this that we're trying to grow through allusions to, indeed, the Odyssey, but also in other exciting ways as we go ahead. So this is kind of, I suppose, the unique crux on which our assembly model depends. On the one hand, we're working with civil society, arts, and journalism. We're also working closely with elected representatives, with people from the Commission, to try to build a model that is both top-down and bottom-up at the same time, as we embark on a project that we hope will extend far beyond this first assembly 12 months from now.
Indeed, Jamie, you say 12-month journey, but we called it Odyssey to convey the idea that our democratic adventure, all of us together, will kind of last forever, just like Ulysses was never really home, but that's another story. So on this, thank you, Jamie and Nicolo. Can you say a bit more about the European and transnational character of the Assembly?
Sure, thanks, Calypso. So as you all know, the next year is a rather crucial one for democracy, not only in Europe but around the world. There's important elections that are taking place in this continent and in others, but in this continent there's an important a moment called the European elections, which, as I don't need to explain to you, involves electing the new European Parliament, getting new European commissioners, and setting a new course for the European Union. And over the past 4 or 5 years, anybody who had any doubt of the relevance of these institutions, the power, the influence, and the global place of the European institutions has hopefully woken up to how important the way power is wielded by the European institutions is. And so a People's Assembly for Europe is, at least in part, about trying to influence and shape the agenda of the next European Commission and European Union. And we'll be interacting with the elections and with the appointment of the new Commission, which will be just over a year from now. The new Commission will take its office. So this is one sense in which the Assembly is for Europe. One sense in which the Assembly is not European is that, of course, we don't only want to include people who were born in Europe in it. It is an assembly for everybody who is living in, and dare I say, around Europe, because after all, where are the borders? Who's to set where the borders are of Europe? And I don't need to tell people, perhaps in this city, that aside from Odysseys starting from here, the word Europe itself is a Greek construction, and there's hypotheses about what it might mean. Does it mean wide-eyed? Does it mean the other shore? One thing it certainly refers to is the goddess abducted by Zeus, so a history of violence like our European history. But then once the goddess was abducted, her brothers and others went out to look for her. Where has she gone? It's a pursuit. It's an odyssey to find this Europe, and it may well be found in the refugee camps on the other shores of Europe, or dare I say in Ukraine these days. And this November, we mustn't forget, it's the 10th anniversary of Euromaidan. What did people do? They gathered in a square, their bodies in a square, they assembled and called for democratic agency over the future of their country. And so these are some of the senses in which our assembly is an enactment of our European values. Values which are not exclusively European, but which throughout our history have been enacted by people who are pursuing a kind of dream. A dream of greater agency, a dream perhaps of equality for many of them. And this insurgent spirit is also something we're wanting to mobilize through the Assembly. To link with what Jamie was saying, Europe also means going beyond the nation state. And the new frontier of democracy is precisely going beyond our national democracies. If Europe's to become a kind of dream again, not only for those people who are on the front lines in Ukraine or in the south of the Mediterranean, or dare I say, somewhere in the middle of the Mediterranean, losing their dreams. It has to be also a dream of us of extending our democratic agency beyond our local context, our national context, to a continent-wide context. So European and transnational go together, as they also go together with transscalar. The last thing I want to say is it's not just about the European institutions, it's not just about the Commission, it's about our cities, it's about our localities and how they work together translocally across Europe. And the Assembly will be engaging with mayors, with local authorities, with regional authorities as well, because we believe that 21st century democracy has to be transscalar as well as transnational and above all inclusive.
Well, thank you, Niccolò. And I just want to, I can't resist stressing the fact that we are ambivalent and perhaps even schizophrenic about something that keeps on being repeated at the Athens Democracy Forum and everywhere. Athens, ancient Greece, the birth of democracy. Now here we are in the 21st century with our irony, with our distance, with a lot of realities that have nothing to do with the damn guys who were doing it, 2,300 years ago. First of all, we have the technology, we have the scale, the trans-scale, all of that. There were just one city. Above all, of course, we all know they were exclusionary. Women, slaves, foreigners were not taking part in this wonderful Athenian democracy. So as we go along, and as we call our project the Democratic Odyssey, as we show pictures of us meeting with the backdrop of the Parthenon in the Pnika, we want to retain this modern irony, this modern distance, all the time while being inspired by the ancient Greeks and what they did in combining direct democracy, sortition democracy, elective democracy. They were creative, these guys, but they had limits. And indeed, the Princess Europa actually came from Lebanon, from what we understand. As Niccolò was reminding us, Europe is made of its others. And indeed, perhaps Europa was our first refugee in chief. So it is with all this distance and irony that then we have the actual institutional conversation and ask collectively, well, what does our beacon, what we're trying to campaign for, a permanent citizen assembly for Europe, for the European Union and beyond. What do we mean, Camille, by this word permanent?
Yes, thank you very much, Calypso, for that. It's true that you don't see it in the title now. I'm looking at our website. But if you will scroll down the page, you will see that the word permanent comes quite often. And the first question we get usually is, what do you actually mean by permanence? And I have to be honest with you, I think we still need to work a little bit more on that one because it's not an easy one. But there are three things we are pretty sure about when it comes to what we mean by permanence. And the first one is, as obvious as it seems, good to remind always, it's not the citizens who are permanent, it is the assembly that is permanent. And why is that? The first reason is that we know that citizen assemblies have a tremendous effect on the people who get involved in it. We can discuss their impact, but at the micro level, for the individuals who are engaged, it is quite transformative, really. And we don't have the time to delve into that. But we also know that Europe is pretty big, and statistically, your chance of getting picked up, to being called on your phone, you have been randomly selected to participate in an assembly, are statistically quite low. And that is a chance that you want to offer to as many people as you can. So it is important to really amplify the individual experience of taking part in such a transformative experience. The second reason is that we shouldn't be naive. Okay, we are dreamers. But citizens are also, just like us, they are humans. And usually when you keep the same people too long in the same room, you might have power dynamics. And we see that in parliament, and we see that in politics and in representative institutions. And that's very fine. But that's not what we are trying to achieve with deliberative democracy and with citizen assemblies. We have seen that, for example, and we speak out of experience here, in the climate convention in Paris, in France. Once you have people who meet regularly every weekend for more than 6 months, and they understand that, wow, I'm going to speak to President Macron, of course, the natural leaders among us will, tend to take over a little bit, and you will have personal also ambition that will come in the way, and that's also very fine, but you need to manage that. So it's the institution that is permanent and not the citizen. So that's the first thing we are sure of. The second thing we are sure of when we talk about permanence is complementarity with what's actually our political institutions, and by that I mean representative institutions. We always need to remind ourselves that we are not here to, replace the European Parliament or, I don't know, the European Commission or any kind of institution by a citizen assembly. They all have a different form of legitimacy, and the idea here is really to take one and the other and strengthen each other by multiplying the forms of citizen participation, because that's what democracy actually deserves. It doesn't deserve more central citizen participation channel for one authority, but certainly it just deserves a multitude of forms of participation at different scales. And I think, Nicolo, you mentioned that brilliantly. It touches upon this idea of translocality. And here there is already a lot going on. We see a lot of assemblies being established at the municipal level, in cities in Italy, in regions in Brussels, and now even the European citizens with the European Commission. Let's give to Caesar what goes back to Caesar. I think that the European Citizens Panels, so this randomly selected 150 citizens that are being called by the European Commission to create legislative proposals, they are a source of inspiration from us. And I think Ingrid is in the room, so if you want to know more, Ingrid, perhaps if you're there, you can raise your hand. She's there. So Ingrid is working a lot on this, so if you want to know more, go to her. She's doing a fantastic job, and the purpose of this project is really basically to help Ingrid and to help the Brussels Assembly and to help all of these translocal assemblies who are sometimes still suffering from, having this limited amount of citizens who have been lucky enough to be selected, and the rest who do not know what's happening. So it's bridging this mini public, as we call them, with the rest of us. And here, I think it's really important to mention the role of civil society and of all the actors here, and that is what the project, the Democratic Odyssey, is all about, and that's what Jamie was saying, this coalition of this multi-stakeholder coalition, that is really what this project is about. So complementing different of democracy with different skills, and hopefully making that journey together. So that's the second point, complementarity. And then the third point, in French, we would say banalisation. I think in English, perhaps we would say mainstreaming. And I picked that word voluntarily because I don't want to say the I word, which is institutionalization. Because I don't know about you, but when I think about institutionalization, I think about a building in Brussels next to the European Commission, next to Ingrid's office. And that's not really the idea here. We are really talking about just building a new social institution in a way. We want people, when they get their phone, you have been randomly selected, we don't want them to hang up thinking this is a joke. We want them to think this has actually happened and this is completely normal. So it just needs to enter in our democratic practices. We don't want journalists to come to us and ask, but who are these people? What is sortition? How does that work? We want this to become so normal that we can directly talk about politics and the issue, and no longer about the process. So that's what I mean by mainstreaming. And that's also the point of this project. It's creating this bridge to work towards that collective aim, and perhaps also move from one-off project where every time we need to reconvince people, re-explain what is the process, and capitalized on the shared memory, shared across actors to directly talk about politics and the real issue.
Well, thank you to the three of you. And let me say that I hope you heard enough food for thought to actually enter mini conversations among yourselves. So while we hear now for a few minutes the reaction of the youth hack, I'd like to ask the team to distribute yourself around tables, because we won't have time to hear all your conversations. What we would like to suggest is that you exchange on what you think about this project, how you might want to be involved. And indeed, how, on one hand, what we may think about the beacon itself, the idea of a permanent, a standing body, a kind of fourth branch of government in Europe, yes, that's the beacon, but also, and separately from this, the fact that we are trying to do a prototype, a pilot assembly that is supported by a flotilla that is you, that is all of the friends of the process. That is an overall journey, and we would like to hear your opinion about this journey. Before that, we would love to hear a reaction from our youth hack.
Hi again. My name is Asenyanga Polo. I'm from Uganda, and I'm a student at International Christian University. Together with Kara, we will present the Youth Hack on the Citizens' Assembly. So, the Youth Assembly promises to be a powerful tool or instrument in bringing the EU closer to its citizens, or vice versa. I firmly believe that with the citizens' trust, the Citizens' Assembly can actually be an integral proxy of citizen participation in the EU. However, we need to confront a pressing challenge, the challenge of making sure we reach every corner of the EU's citizenry. I regret to acknowledge that certain citizens remain disengaged from the political and civil activities, fueled by the distrust in the system or other valid concerns. How, if I may ask, does the Citizens' Assembly intend to effectively engage those who remain skeptical or disengaged if it is initially launched from an EU-wide stage? Especially given the tight time limit of just 1 year until its launch, because it's going to be launched in September 2024. My suggestion is straightforward. Let us consider a phased approach, beginning with a smaller national scale before ascending to the larger EU scale. And here's why. The first one, commencing at a smaller national level will foster awareness and trust among EU citizens. As the assembly unfolds closer to the home, it becomes tangible and relatable. Citizens will have the opportunity to familiarize themselves with its purpose and significance and feel the need to take part in the lottery. It is this proximity that they will see themselves reflected in its composition and find meaning in the mission. Second, building awareness and understanding is not a one-time endeavor. It requires sustained effort and dedication. Unlike the EU-wide approach, where sustaining awareness would necessitate the establishment of new strategies, starting small ensures ongoing engagement through the closer to people channels already created. Third, starting small allows for gradual learning and fine-tuning. Innovation inevitably brings unforeseen challenges. But starting small allows for the correction of insufficiencies, adjustment to evolving circumstances, and overcoming unexpected hurdles, more easily and less time-consuming. In a nutshell, I am emphasizing the need to ensure that the lottery attracts all corners of the EU citizenry. This can only be done by making people relate to the assembly and indeed feel its value for them. Starting closer to the people and sustaining this closeness through the smaller scale strategy proves more effective. I rest my case. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I am Cara Anderson. I am here representing Albion College in Michigan, the United States. It should be noted that at whatever scale the Citizens' Assembly is implemented, there are some inherent flaws in the sortition process that should be addressed. While it is designed to produce an assembly that is truly representative of the population, it has the potential for bias. For one, not everyone invited to be a part of the assembly will be able to accept, even if they want to. In particular, there are many people who work long hours to provide the bare minimum for themselves and their families. Someone who cannot afford to take time off work may be unable to actively participate. Yet without the participation of these individuals, the assembly would not be a true representation of the general citizen body. Therefore, action should be taken to ensure that these citizens can still participate if extended the invitation. One possibility is to provide assembly members a stipend for their service. Yet even then, when the assembly term has ended, they may be unable to return to their previous employment, causing further economic insecurity. Another way to address this problem is for assembly duties to be very flexible around work schedules. This will also be easier to manage on a national rather than international scale. Another bias to consider is selection bias. Even though invitations are random and sortition takes place afterwards, everyone who is a part of this process chooses to accept their invitation. It is probable that certain demographic groups are more likely to accept an invitation than others. This may be due to work, as already discussed, or other factors, such as interest and how one understands themselves as a political actor. In response, sortition should also consider additional factors, such as interests and occupation, when looking at representativeness. But more so, in order for sortition to be effective, a diverse group of people must first accept the invitation. One solution to increase the numbers and diversity of those accepting the invitation is to ensure that the assembly is strategically advertised as being for all citizens. Everyone must feel that they have a place in the assembly and that they are being properly represented. This will increase public support and trust in the institution, which in turn will increase the Assembly's legitimacy and its ability to have its recommendations passed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you to both of you, and I'm sure you're speaking in the name of your friends and colleagues. And it's so exciting to hear how much you got into the whole spirit of the thing and constructively providing feedback. Indeed, we would like to issue instantaneously an invitation to you and to everyone else to be part of our constituent network, like in the French Revolution, Assemblée Constituante. This time it's a network. And these fundamental questions that you have raised, starting small, sortition fair, are critical. We don't have the answer. We are inviting all of us to be part of a crowdsourced, collectively thought through process. So these ideas should be part of the conversation, and they're indeed ideas we have struggled with. How do you do a pedagogy of lottery and sortition to a public that is not used to it? How do you start small with the 24 languages that we have in Europe today? All of these are fundamental questions. What we would like to ask all of the tables now to do is for a few minutes discuss perhaps a comment or one question or one comment that you may have for us within a few minutes. So the floor is yours together. Okay.
I think Calypso.
Yeah. Sorry, this was just a pre-taste. It's very rude to interrupt your very intense conversations. But we would like to hear a few of you just get up and share either a comment or a question from your table. So anybody who wants to get up and share a comment or a question about our democratic odyssey and the Assembly. Anyone? This is all about writing yourself in the story. So please, write yourselves in our stories. We want to hear you. Comments? Questions?
You put your hand back up.
Yes, please, please speak up.
Young lady with the mask.
Yes? Okay. Yes? Please go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Betsela Dejani from John Cabot University in Rome, and here in our table we were discussing the issue of migration. So this is more of a comment, but it's very important, I think, to have a conversation of migration because there's an aspect of shared responsibility that we all need to talk about. There are some countries that have to share the burden more than others when it comes to migration, and because we don't all agree, or some have, let's say, some disagree because they share the burden more, we avoid these discussions because it creates some sort of conflict. But I think in spaces like this, we can encourage discussion, and we can encourage people to share their opinion and share their fears, their worries about these issues, and why maybe an Italian taxpayer might have some reservations on migration policies versus a Norwegian who maybe will deal with it less. And I don't know, just to push for those discussions, I guess, is something that we talk about.
Well, thank you very much. And yesterday at the PNICA, the migration and indeed even climate refugees were very much a topic that people cared about. And it's a very controversial topic. So probably our assembly will discuss it. Thank you, along the lines that you shared. This table, please, in front.
We're a table largely of Americans, the Climate Democracy Initiative. And my comment was, this happens at the local level in America much more easily than it could happen at a national or a transnational level. Mayors have councils, have citizen committees. Governors have citizen committees. Prosecutors even have citizens committees to advise them about criminal justice policy. But the national politics in the United States do not lend themselves to citizens committees that would be heard and I think even respected. And there are just many very divisive issues that divide along political lines. There's an urban-rural divide. There are race divides. And because of all that, it makes it such a much more difficult thing for the United States to try and conceive of a way to have a citizens committee that would be respected and I think, in a sense, honored for their service, that it'd be almost impossible to try and do this.
Maybe your remark is even more terrible for us because here we are on this continent, 24 languages, at least you have only one. But indeed, I think that part of our story has to do with how do you scale up? And how do you scale up in a context of huge social cleavages? In Europe or in the US, there is a transatlantic conversation, there is a global conversation about Latin America and Africa. Things are happening at a local level with citizens' engagement. How do we scale it up across very, very different contexts? So this is another of the challenge we will discuss in the Constituent Network. Do we have another table? Sorry, we just want to take a different table. Maybe there is one there in the back, and probably because the clock is ticking and we are already 2 minutes over, this will be our last comment.
Hello, my name is George, and we briefly addressed the disruption that this would cause. But also a question that came in mind was, how would we be able to incentivize individuals in order to reach to a common consensus by the end of the action?
Absolutely. Another challenge of our process, because we want those assemblies to be meaningful, to be heard, to have an impact on policy and politics and regulation, etc. So how to tell them that they will be taken seriously? And that's part of the challenge. Note that we don't answer the questions. We are a journey. We are an inclusive journey. And we will continue the conversation over the next 2 days and indeed weeks and months and years to come. And now I give the last word to Jamie.
Thank you, Calypso. I'll stand next to you. One of the things I wanted to end on as we're standing here is, of course, we have our name, the Democratic Odyssey. This assembly is not planned to be taking place in the 4th century BC, neither in the 19th century. This is 21st century transnational People's Assembly that we're attempting to build a process towards. A key part of that is responding to our friend from the Youth Hack who put forward this idea of connectivity and identity and the space with which you feel comfortable engaging. Key to this project is the development of a European digital public sphere. This is a key dimension where we'll be continuing this conversation beyond this room. So on a totally concrete note, if you're interested in this project, you'd like to contribute directly with many of the comments that we've heard so far, please follow our Twitter and X accounts, which went live yesterday, and our Instagram page. There are email contacts there, the new website, and we'll stay in touch and keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. And now I'm excited to bring up Roberta Baskin, who's a journalist who's very involved in the Climate Democracy Initiative and facilitated the workshop yesterday. And so she's going to talk a little bit about the outcomes of that workshop and kind of the path forward for the Climate Democracy Initiative, which is one of our newest collaborations at the Democracy and Culture Foundation. So Roberta.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Roberta Baskin for the Climate Democracy Initiative, and both climate and democracy are inexorably linked together. I think we all know that. And in doing a report out from our conversation with a number of thought leaders yesterday, first really want to make the point about words, that words create worlds, and that the word we've been using, well, do you remember before 2002 when we talked about global warming, which is what the scientists were talking about for some 40 years? It changed in 2002 to climate change, which sounds like spring is coming. It's just something that a Republican strategist by the name of Frank Luntz came up with to make us feel less worried, more comfortable. You know, don't worry about global warming, it's just climate change. Now, he also created a lot of uncertainty around it. Disinformation, distrust. He actually apologized for this. He testified before the Senate in America, frankly, on a very personal basis. He said that his house had nearly burned in a wildfire and that we should stop using this term, but we still are. And so my hope for all of you is to stop using this old incorrect term, climate change, and instead go to what we're really dealing with, which is a climate crisis and a climate emergency that is happening now. And in terms of personal, it's of course very personal here in Greece, where this summer they suffered from devastating wildfires and floods. And this is a time that we're all going to look back on as one of the cooler and calmer summers, and that's a really chilling thought. Greece is also one of the doorways poised for astronomical climate refugees, a crisis. And Michael Nash, who's a filmmaker and did a film on the climate refugee crisis, talked about that. And now, earlier this year, the UN chief warned of 1.2 billion, with a B, climate refugees by 2050, and that rising seas threaten, quote, mass exodus on a biblical scale. So the Citizens Committee just raised the importance of migration and thinking about climate and democracy, and so this is one of the very important things that needs to be thought through. How will our global governance protect the most vulnerable populations? The most vulnerable countries did the least in terms of burning fossil fuels and contributing. So who will pay? In America, insurance companies are already pulling out of the most vulnerable communities that are threatened by climate. And fossil fuel subsidies, there was an IMF, International Monetary Fund report earlier this month that said that fossil fuel subsidies globally, subsidies to fossil fuel companies are $7 trillion, with a T, $7 trillion globally. And at the same time, they're having record-breaking profits, but failing to pay the damages for the death and destruction that their business causes. When the ocean levels rise, the real estate, mortgage, banking, and insurance industries will collapse. Shipping and supply chains will be chaotic. The global economy will receive shocks of enormous proportion. So how will countries govern what's coming unless we act with appropriate urgency? What form of government can be created? We talked about, how can government deal effectively with the scale of the climate catastrophe facing us? So far, despite 40 years of knowledge, human responses to climate has been insufficient. Migrating the climate crisis and the need to evolve democracy are inextricably linked, and we need to keep fossil fuels in the ground. Think about food issues. The UN has said that 1/3 of the climate crisis is related to food, what we grow, how we grow it, what we choose to eat, transportation issues, and how much we waste, which is a horrendous problem in America. That's 1/3 of contributing to fossil fuels. But that also means that it's 1/3 of the solutions. And so we need to think about that in terms of the choices that we make. So democracy enables all to express their political opinions through voting and are built on the rule of law. Democracy allows different perspectives to develop the solutions that we need to the climate problem. An autocracy basically could impose far-reaching solutions more quickly, but autocrats are really driven by self-interest. So clearly, a fix is needed. At its beating heart, climate and democracy need each other to urgently embrace solutions. Mapping, we talked about mapping what already is in the space of climate and democracy, is crucial really for efficiency, to take advantage of what's working. In the United States, we often talk about all politics is local, and there's so much going on at the local level that we can learn from. This morning, we've heard so many presentations where it came up about disinformation and distrust. Well, I want to leave you with some good news. The Fourth Estate. I spent more than 30 years of my professional life in the Fourth Estate, and journalism is really important in terms of projecting solutions. And there is an organization that I've been following since 2019 called Covering Climate Now. It's at Columbia University. And it has been getting news organizations around the world to pledge to do a better job of covering climate. And Covering Climate Now believes that more and better news coverage is itself an essential climate solution, unless the broad general public understands what is happening, why it's happening, and above all, what they can do, that they can do something about it by voting, by speaking out, by shunning unsustainable products, and talking with their friends and colleagues and family about doing the same. There simply will not be enough public pressure on democracies, on governments and corporations to make the rapid, far-reaching changes that science say is imperative. So Covering Climate Now is a global collaboration of more than 600 news outlets that reach a total audience of roughly 3 billion people. This has all been happening kind of under the radar, but last week at Climate Week in New York, they brought in climate journalists from around the world to discuss the problem. And so hundreds of leading climate journalists from around the world shared best practices and devised strategies for how to push the media as a whole to do much more and much better coverage of the climate crisis and its solutions. And if you think about it, it's really it's a wonderful thing, but a little odd because news organizations are incredibly competitive. And this is about collaboration. That gives me hope. They also made news with newsmaker Christiana Figueres, the architect of the Paris Agreement, who in the past has been pushing the need, the interest to have the fossil fuel companies at the table at the various COPs. And I covered the COP back in 2003, so 20 years ago, where my story was about how the fossil fuel industries along with the American delegation, was doing what they could to make sure nothing happened. And what she said is that oil companies proved they can't be trusted and should not be allowed to attend COP28 in Dubai. That was big news. So do we dare to hope, as we have been asked to do here? I think yes, we do dare. Without hope, we're paralyzed, and action-oriented for solutions that we know are out there, we know what to do, has to be embraced now. And something that gives me the greatest hope is young climate activists. These young leaders, I mean, you just listened to the Teens for Democracy this morning. I would give them a round of applause again. You know, they're just like so amazing. I was just like sitting on the edge of my chair. So, you know, that is something to celebrate, and we are a resilient species. We're also a destructive species, but we are resilient. So I'm excited about the work that's underway at the Climate Democracy Initiative with Arizona State University. And they're creating collaborations and actions to ensure that young people get the educational tools to learn about civic engagement and make progress, build progress on the climate crisis. And finally, I just want to thank the Athens Democracy Forum and all of you for your thought partnership in creating a world that leaves no one behind. Let's keep the conversation going, and let's take action together. You all make me hopeful. Thank you.
Well, we're coming to the close of our day, and during the day you've heard quite some times the word Orbis. So now is the time to talk a little bit and to present what Orbis is all about. I'm not going to go into technical details because there are other people here who are going to demonstrate this to you. But let me try and put it in as simple words as possible. Suppose that you've got two people, and they're going to sit down and argue, and you want to know what's going to happen, and you appoint a rapporteur, so he will make notes, he will write down the arguments of the one person, he will write down the arguments of the other person, classify the arguments, possibly cluster them, find the underlying themes, find whether they may actually conflict with each other, try to resolve, and then come up with the conclusion of the argument. Fairly easy, I would say, two people. Now, suppose that you had 20 people. Now, that gets a little bit more difficult. 20 people, argument of each one, classify them, cluster them, find what's happening, and all the rest. Okay, suppose that you've got two rapporteurs who somehow manage to do it, and then you get the two rapporteurs together, and they somehow agree. Now, suppose that you've got 1,000 people arguing. How are you going to do it? How are you going to come to a conclusion about what these people have said? What were the arguments? What are the conclusions? What are the underlying trends? What are even the arguments that have not been actually vocalized, but they are there underneath all the words? And suppose that you've got 3,000 people doing this. You tell me it's impossible. No, Orbis will do it. So there is Orbis.
So, good evening from our side. I'm Nikos Karagapilidis.
Yeah, and I'm Dimitris Tsakalidis. Yeah.
Let us present you the idea and the progress so far behind this European project. First of all, we are really happy to collaborate with DCF towards achieving this target. It's a big challenge for us. When talking about challenges to be addressed, I think the challenges are there. They have been discussed a lot so far during the previous sessions. So it's about establishing faith, about joining up the efforts of citizens and policymakers. Anthony raised a few issues before about how to address scaling issues, etc., etc. So we'll try to sketch our idea and our solution. First of all, we like deliberative democracy. We all like deliberative democracy. We all like deliberations. But when we start wondering, okay, what's the outcome of these deliberations? What is the end of the process? What brings to us? And in most cases, it comes to transcripts. Could be short ones, could be long ones, but transcripts are there. Most of them are publicly accessible, but how useful are they in our current deliberations? I mean, can we reuse the outcomes of a past deliberation? Can we get some profit? Can we easily extract nice arguments from a deliberation that has happened in the past? So one thing, one product, as I said, is transcripts that are out there, long documents written in Word or somewhere else, 50, 60 pages documents. But it's not the case always. There are some platforms that are being used. One of them is Polis, is promoted by the Commission. What is Polis about? It's, let's say, a web site, it's a web platform where citizens can upload their opinion on a subject, and they can somehow say, I agree or I disagree on what something has been said before. But that's all. What is behind this is a database, the content of whose is what we see there. Like there are some, the feedback is there, there are some IDs pointing to people, there are some numbers, there are some timestamps, numbers counting votes in favor or against, but that's all. Another interesting platform, again launched by the Commission, is titled Have Your Say. This is the first page of the, this platform. You can see different discussions that have started, initiated, so people can go there. This is an instance of a deliberation being conducted in this platform. I'll come back again to this. But as it holds for the previous one, for Polis, there is no natural language processing behind this. There are no algorithms that analyze the content of people's feedback, of people's opinions, of people's argument, and everything remains unstructured. Okay, thus it's not easily reusable, as I said before. Again, this is an instance of the database behind the Have Your Say platform. So here comes Orbis, and what we say we're going to try to move from transcripts and current solutions with the problems I mentioned before to semantically rich and machine interpretable discourses. So we try to build a partnership, Dimitris will say a few words at the end, between humans and the machine. We want to build on current trends on AI and advance deliberation in order to address the challenges mentioned before. And what we say, we need to pay attention to three major issues. One is about knowledge mining. How do we get the feedback from people and policymakers, if you want, and how we analyze this feedback in a meaningful way? How do we extract and we maintain chains of argumentation? How to make the machine somehow interpret this? How we aggregate feedback when the cases as the ones that Antonis mentioned before? How we group together similar opinions? How we provide summaries of comments and opinions when the numbers go up? And third, how we visualize this deliberation in a way that engages people, makes them aware of what's going on, etc., etc. And I'll try to give you three examples about what we've done so far. I use a specific example from Have Your Say platform. I picked up a particular discussion. It's about hazardous chemicals. And as you see in the second image there, 668, there is feedback inserted from the categories you see in this pie, but there are 2,668 pieces of text, they call it feedback, expressed by all these people. And what we try to do, it's a good number to start clustering, to start grouping these opinions, the sayings that we have collected through this platform. There is a bunch of algorithms behind what you see here. It's just a visualization of two groups that prevail. But what we also do is we can, with AI algorithms, get a summary of this cluster, of what has been said that has been grouped in this cluster. We can extract and produce, create, develop a title for this cluster. And the easier part is at the end that we can extract key phrases, top key phrases, keywords, key phrases that are being discussed a lot. So this applies to one cluster, the similar thing to the second one. Okay. So again, 2,668 pieces of feedback clustered in two groups with the titles, the summaries, and the keywords that you see there. Example number 2, we go to Brexit. Brexit, surprisingly, has a lot of discussions, but with not much feedback. We picked this one about can there be consensus on Brexit? That was the issue under investigation. We followed another approach. 53 arguments only had been expressed. The discussion was closed. 53 arguments. So we thought, okay, let's apply another bunch of algorithms related to sentiment analysis. So we get an idea of who is in favor, who is against, who believes that can be consensus, who does not, or who is skeptical. And if I go to the browser, I'll show you live now what we do. So we have already produced a dashboard, created a dashboard that at a glance gives an idea of what's going on. So this is the discussion I mentioned before. You see here, you can get some, oops. Sorry, but this is the live. Yeah. So you see the number of comments, number of positions, users, arguments, etc. The most popular positions, latest arguments, influential users are the users that got a lot of responses to what they have said. Top keywords. Also, we have produced some timelines, like I told you about 3 positions being saved, and here somebody can watch how many arguments have been placed so far and per week that respond to each position. Similar here for clustering. And I want to show you also something else that we are working on. So this is our first try to visualize the discourse, okay, the particular discourse. So here you see this is the issue under discussion. The 3 positions that we extracted out of the opinion mining of the sentiment analysis process I told you before. So one is that I'm rather skeptical on the issue. I doubt we can agree on it. Consensus is highly feasible. And underneath, you can see the clusters of arguments expressed so far. One can browse this discussion, can arrange things the way he likes. Imagine a case where this discussion goes on, and you just being heard about it, and you want to participate. You say, oh, this is interesting. I have my say. I want to say something. And this has started 2 months ago. So we think that this is a good first effort to visualize and to give a quick idea to someone about what's going on in this discussion. I can show you a bit more. These are these visuals correspond to clusters. So as I showed you before, for each cluster, we can provide a summary and the title. When you go to a cluster, you can open it, and you see the particular individual arguments that are within it. If I can go again to, thank you. Third example, I go a bit, this is a difficult exercise. This is the, Anthony, Achilles know it very well, and some others here. It's the transcript for the discussion they had last year in Korea. It's a 60 pages long Word document. What we try to do, we have been experimenting with a series of clustering and summarization algorithms aiming to discover topics and representative opinions. Okay. So we can dig into this document. We can extract clusters. I was happy that when I showed this to Anthony the other day, because he was aware of this discussion, he was very positive with the outcome of the titling that our algorithms got and the summaries provided. What we can also do is, through some similarity measures, it's a bit technical, to find out of this 60 pages long document the most representative sentences for each cluster. The same for cluster 2. There are many, many algorithms behind what you saw before. We've been experimenting with a lot of them in the context of the project, but also beyond that. I don't think I need to go into details with AI algorithms. Dimitris.
Yeah, if I may say, hello, first of all. Nikos gave the overlook of what AI can do. This is this work is done in the Orbis project, which is an EU-funded project with 12 partners from Europe, from academia, companies, and representatives of think tanks and civic engagement citizens. The project is in the beginning. It started in March. We have a long way. Here you can see our first approach, the first prototypes. And more to come. It's like our future work will emphasize on what we say as co-creation of arguments towards building, let's say, a repository of arguments and eventually build a library of deliberations. What we will try to do after that is to connect to interconnect, let's say, these deliberations. This can be, for example, in the case of ADF, we want to create the library of of the discussions we have now. We want to extract the arguments. I mentioned ADF because it's also a partner of our project. Another pillar, let's say, that we work with is how to detect conflict and how to handle. It's another issue. And future work also goes on handling misinformation. I think it was raised today as a quite important issue. And what AI eventually can do, aside, let's say, from Orbis, is that we can, after we structure these deliberations, we can engage towards engaging citizens and inform them, because that was also mentioned today. We want to go towards informed decision-making, informed policy-making. Another pillar is predictions. We can predict that this type of users may respond like this on an issue that is similar to another issue. These are, let's say, what we can do with AI algorithms and what we call natural language processing. Now, our solution overall is in alignment with a lot of guidelines initiated by OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the EU and the United Nations, just to name a few. For example, in the EU, we work with a Competence Center on Participatory and Deliberative Democracy. They support innovative methods towards civic engagement, towards citizen participation, decision-making, and this is what we were trying to achieve. But from all the discussions that we heard today, aside from these guidelines, many projects or initiatives that were presented today, I think we can support you in the discussion, for example, in the building blocks that was mentioned earlier today, or the democratic odyssey that was also mentioned. What we want to do is to structure the discussions, and also you that participate know that we have that that you should also consider how to talk in a structured way, how to emphasize on the arguments, and this is something that we want to show. So aside from all these initiatives that I think we're in compliance or we're complying with, all these stories that were mentioned today is of interest to us, and we will be happy to support you. All right, so our goal, let's say, because the challenges of adding and developing AI tools, I think most of them were mentioned. We are aware, again, most of them, like ethical issues, privacy issues, who handles this data, how these models are trained. I think there's also tomorrow a discussion on this, which is, in my opinion, very interesting. So what we advocate is we want human in the front. We want, to make the human and machine partnership easier to work. If I have to align it with the commitment of ADF, which is around think, talk, and do, I would say that we should integrate AI capabilities in the think pillar, in the talk pillar, and in the do pillar, I will leave humans, at the front, but that's for debate. So what we want to do is inclusivity, address inclusivity when we mention the equal and documented participation. With documented, we emphasize on the structured manner that we can discuss, and also the machines can help us with that, towards eventually restoring the faith of citizens in democratic and social values. This is our goal. We mentioned also the term the Internet of Beings, because we all want to be part of these discussions. We all participate. We have the capabilities. And our message is that the difference with democracy like 1,000 years and today, I think the challenges more or less are the same, but now we have also the tools. Actually, the needs are the same, the challenges are different, but we have now the tools, and now the tools are approachable to a large amount of people. This is something different, the main difference. And I'm mentioning that because we as technical partners, we can show you what their capabilities, but we all must decide how we're going to use them. So this is how we're going to end our discussion. We also do dare to hope, as is the main question of the meeting today, and as the previous speaker said. We dare to hope because we believe that we have struggled a lot, and humanity has struggled a lot to reach today and talk about these things and eventually, work towards ruled by and for the people. This is our approach. Thank you.
Okay, if there are any questions, Nikos and Dimitris are at your disposal. We've got a few minutes. You can ask them any questions if you want to clarify, because they've just given you today a small sample of what is the work that is being done up till now. They've given you also the option of looking at what will be done in the future, much more. For those of you who do not know it, the results that they came out with from the Korean roundtable were not the results that we came up with.
Yeah. But, Anthony, maybe, sorry.
Hello. Hi, my name is Dana Dejani. I have a question for you. Do you see these platforms, whether Polis or Have Your Say and the AI to synthesize all of the information shared. Do you see that being integrated into our social media platforms, and why or why not, and how soon?
You go.
I think it's straightforward what you ask. I mean, what I saw you before, it's like this is already launched for demo purposes on a web. So it's pretty straightforward for us, I would say, to have an app version. We didn't have time to show you more, but we really strive to make participation as easy as we can, the way you use Instagram or the like, or this family of applications. So, clicking on it, selecting that now I want to express an argument in favor of this position or an argument against. But maybe that was not clear before. We want to make it structured. We want to make, I say it again, we want to make the deliberation structured. We want to distinguish, for example, positions, arguments in favor, against, constraints, preferences. So the machine gets involved more and more, and we exploit, the reasoning of the machine, the reasoning mechanisms of the machine, and absorb all the material, the big data, in a way that humans, policymakers, can further work on them.
So, my name is Urban Strandberg. I'm the director of the International Youth Think Tank. So thank you very much for this presentation. Very, very inspiring work of yours. We know one thing about democracy, and that is the cleavages between the elite, I mean the elected politicians, not often, often the parliamentarians, and the people. That cleavage is huge, and not least in the US, to mention one example. So have you been thinking about analyzing parliamentarian debates with your tool to have the possibility of sharing, I mean, what kind of discourses, what kind of dominating discourses that you would find in parliaments as compared to other forums where people, I mean, from different walks of life are kind of relating to the same kind of issues?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just to emphasize that within the project, there are two pillars that we work. One is the technical that we mostly presented, and the other one is the deliberation models, how we engage, experts first, then citizens, then experts again, and we're experimenting with that. A comment that within the project we have discussed is that there is this, fear of the elite, of the parliament, of the public administrations, of the citizens' voice. There are two schools of thoughts. From what I have understood, is that the ones who are afraid that people will rule against what the politicians want, and the other thought is that people were never really asked, and if they are asked, you would all be surprised that they might have common ideas. So our approach is that let's see, let's experiment, and we move on from them. Yeah. But,
to complement that, I think you mentioned something. We try to get legacy resources, transcripts. For example, we have retrieved everything that exists for the Greek parliament, and in order to analyze it, to train algorithms and models, etc. It's important. There are language issues, okay? There are context issues. There is no one solution fits all. So, the models, the summarization models, the aggregation models need structuring, restructuring, refinement, etc., etc. I think there was another question, if we can. Yeah. Have time.
Congratulations on launching Orbit or making it better in the future. You talked about the retrieving the data from Greek governments, right? Parliament. So my question is, how do you envision access to certain APIs, for example, how do you also envision managing the data part? Like, where do you get it? How do you get it? Because a lot of it is monetized. So, and a lot of corporations would make profit out of the data. And this data, for example, Twitter, is very important because everyone is using Twitter, everyone is contributing to Twitter, but other businesses are not, they don't have access to the API of Twitter. So here, just an example, for Orbit, how do you, for example, consider using these sources of data for certain engagement? And thank you.
Yeah, first of all, the Orbis project is a research project, right? So we have use cases where within the project we gather data. There is ADF also participates. There are use cases that we're going to set actually next year around it. So I'm just focusing on the research aspect. And what we're trying to say is that we can do these tools. We can develop these tools that can assist deliberations. We are aware of the privacy issues, the restriction issues, the monetization issues. So I will leave it up to the bigger companies to answer this question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a. I think we ran out of time, so it's a good issue. I mean, we definitely need to try different. In the context of Orbis, we talk about different deliberation models. So, I mean, how this deliberation gets initiated, by whom? Is it by citizens? Is it by the parliament, by some politicians? And then, for example, we give the pace for 2 months to citizens to express opinions, and then the machine comes, gathers things, refines things, clarifies things, cleans up the deliberation, and then, I don't know, we go voting, it goes back to... So this is related to what you said. So we need to try different models. As a last note, I want to mention that DCF participates in Orbis, and we are privileged to try this solution through 2 real use cases that they run for many, many years, and they know a lot, and we are happy that we'll get help from them. One is the building blocks of democracy, and the second is the Teams for Democracy. So I think we'll get much more valuable feedback and sources to go further. Thank you very much. We'll be happy to answer any questions in some, coffee breaks. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dimitris and Nikos. This is very important work. As Dimitris, I think, mentioned, 1,000 years ago, we didn't have these tools. We have them now. And what does this mean? I think it means that we can bring this concept from 2,500 years ago of Athenian democracy to life in a much quicker way and a much more effective way, and a much more inclusive way too, as long as this Athenian model is suited to the 21st century and it's more inclusive and diverse, of course. So a tool like that, though, requires a lot of grunt work. And I'm really grateful that Dimitris and Nikos are doing the grunt work and not us. It's a lot of work, and it's good work. And the reason why we left this tool last is because Orbis really is the glue to, I would say, all the projects that we talked about. Yes, you pointed out building blocks and Teams for Democracy, but Democratic Odyssey, the People's Assembly for Europe, will find Orbis very useful. The work on climate will find Orbis very useful. And this takes me back to what I said at the very beginning. These projects that we talked about today, and I thank you very much for your engagement and your questions and your comments, these projects are not our projects at the Democracy and Culture Foundation only. They are our projects. The 11 partners of building blocks, for example, the new partners coming on board, CDI, EUI, and a few others. I mean, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't really be here, and we wouldn't be talking about the evolution of democracy and the evolution of our foundation in becoming a bit more of a hub. Yes, we have this capability of bringing the Athens Democracy Forum for the last 10 years, and it's a nice event. All these interesting people come along, but I would have to say that this year's audience, it's probably the one that I can feel much more energy from compared to last year's, and I'm looking at Kim here because you've been to a few of them. I think you agree with me. We can sense this energy. So thank you for bringing this energy to us. It is our capability, but what we need to start doing now a little bit more, and we'll talk about this next year, is this idea of this global hub, a hub that is there for the projects, that is a mechanism that enables us to collaborate with each other more effectively. So we'll be discussing a little bit more of that in our board meeting on Saturday. But before that, we have a few other things. For the parliamentarians in the room, in 5 minutes, you will be going to the same room where we had lunch, the Golden Room, and Ian Walker will be leading a session for the parliamentarians in the room. At 6 o'clock, we'll be at the Museum of Acropolis for a tour, a cultural tour, and then the President of Greece is officially opening the plenary session, and we start 2 days of really interesting panel discussions. So much more to come. Thank you very much for being so engaged today, and see you tonight and tomorrow.